Hey friends. Glad you're here at Marvel Harry. We've cooked up something special. What if Tony Stark found Harry in cupboard at age 4 and built Arc Reactor wand that made every spell Infinity Stone level? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, Sparks. The GPS said to take the M4 back toward London. Tony Stark had not taken the M4. This was partly because Happy had the night off, partly because Tony had been driving himself for the last 6 hours across the English countryside after the Stark Industries Expo in Bristol had run 2 hours long, and Tony had decided that sitting in conference room traffic was something that happened to other people. Mostly, though, it was because Tony Stark followed interesting roads the way other people followed interesting thoughts, without permission, without a map, and with absolute confidence that wherever he ended up would be worth the detour. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, was not worth the detour. It was the most aggressively normal street Tony had ever seen in his life, and he'd been to Akron, Ohio. Every house was the same width. Every lawn was the same shade of clipped, apologetic green. The hedges were trimmed to a height that suggested a neighborhood association with too much time and not enough actual problems. Tony had slowed the Audi to about 15 miles an hour, squinting through the windshield at the rows of identical front doors, genuinely unsure whether he was looking at a street or a very long, very depressing mirror. He was about to turn around when he heard it. Not a sound, exactly. More like the absence of one, a silence with texture, the kind that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up the same way it did in the lab right before something interesting happened. He'd learned, over 34 years of being the most intuitive engineer alive, not to ignore that particular feeling. He pulled the car over. Number 4 was no different from any other house on the street. Same door, same hedge, same aggressively beige curtains in the front window. There was a large woman visible through the glass, moving around a brightly lit kitchen, and a broad, purple-faced man reading something in an armchair. There was a boy, enormous for his age, Tony thought, maybe 5 or 6, sprawled on the living room carpet watching television at a volume that suggested no one had ever told him the remote had other buttons. Tony was looking at the living room window when he noticed the other window. Smaller. Ground floor, tucked under the staircase that jutted out from the side of the house. The kind of space a family would use for storage, cleaning supplies, maybe, or old boxes. There was a child's drawing taped to the inside of it. It was a rocket ship. Tony got out of the car. He stood on the pavement for a moment, hands in his jacket pockets, looking at the drawing. It was crayon, mostly red and silver, with a little orange for the flame at the bottom. It wasn't particularly good. The proportions were off in the way that every 4-year-old's proportions were off. But the mechanical detail was, wrong was the wrong word. Unexpected. The person who'd drawn this had tried to include an exhaust nozzle. Had tried to suggest thrust vectoring along the tail fins. Had drawn, along the side of the ship, what Tony was almost certain was a simplified version of a repulsor array. He was at the front door before he'd decided to be. He rang the bell. The large woman answered it. She had a long neck and a very small, suspicious face perched on top of it, like a feature that hadn't committed. She looked at Tony, at his jacket, his car, the general air of someone who expected doors to open, and her expression shifted through several emotions before settling on a wariness that was trying very hard to be polite. "Can I help you?" "Maybe," Tony said. "You've got a kid in a cupboard under your stairs." The shift was instant. The wariness became something harder, and colder, and she pulled the door slightly more closed, which was so transparently guilty it almost made Tony laugh. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. "The window. There's a drawing on it." He looked at her steadily. "A rocket ship. I'm Tony Stark. I know what a repulsor array looks like, even in crayon." "Who's the kid?" She was already shaking her head. "He's our nephew. He lives with us. He's in a cupboard," Tony said. "It's perfectly under your stairs." The broad, purple-faced man appeared in the hallway behind her. He had the look of a person who used size as an argument and found it worked most of the time. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What do you want?" Tony looked at him for exactly as long as it took to decide the man wasn't worth redirecting his attention. He looked back at the woman. "What's his name?" he asked. She pressed her lips together. For a moment he genuinely didn't think she'd answer, and he was already running through the next several steps in his head. Call Pepper, call legal, there had to be some UK equivalent of Child Protective Services. "Harry," she said finally. "His name is Harry." The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular kind of damp that develops when a space has never once been properly aired out. Tony stood in the hallway with the door open, waiting for his eyes to adjust, because whoever had decided this particular closet didn't need a light switch deserved a strongly worded letter at minimum. There was a thin mattress on the floor. A single blanket, worn to almost nothing at the edges. A small shelf with a handful of broken toys on it, a toy soldier missing its head, a set of building blocks, 2 toy cars with bent wheels. And in the corner, cross-legged on the mattress with something in his lap, was the smallest child Tony had ever seen outside of a hospital. He was maybe 4. Possibly small for his age. Tony had no reliable baseline for children, which was something he was increasingly aware of as a gap in his data. Dark hair that went in every direction at once. Glasses that were too big for his face and sat slightly crooked, held together at the bridge with what looked like a piece of tape. He was wearing clothes that had been made for someone much larger, a shirt that reached his knees, trousers bunched at the waist with a piece of string. He was looking at Tony with eyes that were very green and very steady and not remotely frightened. In his lap was one of Tony's circuit boards. Tony stared at it. Then he looked at the shelf. Then back at the boy. The circuit board it was one of the ones from the console he'd had in the back of the car, the portable workshop unit he used on trips. Which meant it had come from his car. Which meant someone had been in his car, or, "Did you take that from my car?" he asked. "It fell," the boy said. His voice was small but clear. "When you stopped. The window was open a little. It landed in the hedge." Tony looked at him. Looked at the board. "So you picked it up?" "It was broken," Harry said, like this explained everything. He held it up. "I fixed it." Tony took the board. It took him approximately 4 seconds to realize that it was, in fact, fixed. Not jury-rigged, not taped together. Fixed. The microfracture in the third relay was sealed. The blown capacitor, and how the hell would a 4-year-old even know to look at the capacitor, had been somehow replaced, or repaired, with something that glowed very faintly gold along its edges and was definitely not any material Tony had ever worked with. "How?" Tony said. Harry shrugged. He had the smallest, most unconcerned shrug Tony had ever seen on a human being. "I just touched it." Tony crouched down so he was eye level with the kid. This close, he could see the scar, a thin, jagged line on his forehead, almost hidden by the disaster of his hair. He could see the careful, methodical way Harry was watching him, not with the wide-eyed uncertainty of a child who'd just been found by a stranger, but with the particular attention of someone who was gathering information and deciding what to do with it. "You just touched it," Tony said. "And thought about what it was supposed to do," Harry said. "That's all." "That's all," Tony repeated. "Are you going to take it back?" Tony looked at the circuit board. Looked at the boy. Looked around at the cupboard, the single mattress, the worn blanket, the broken toys on the shelf arranged with the careful precision of someone who had very few things and had decided to treat them like they mattered. "Harry," he said. "Yes." "How long have you lived in here?" The boy thought about it with the seriousness of someone consulting internal records. "Always," he said. Tony stood up. He looked back down the narrow hallway toward the kitchen, where the woman, the aunt, she'd said, though Tony was reconsidering the meaning of that word at speed, had retreated. The purple-faced man had followed her, and Tony could hear low, urgent conversation happening behind the kitchen door. He made several decisions very quickly, which was how he made most of his decisions. He looked back at Harry. "Pack your things," he said. Harry looked at the shelf. At the broken toys, the building blocks. He looked at Tony. "All of it?" "All of it," Tony said. It took Harry 45 seconds. He put the toys in his shirt, tied the hem into a bundle, and picked up the toy soldier's missing head from behind the mattress with the efficiency of someone who knew exactly where everything was because everything he owned could fit in one hand. Tony watched him and felt something he didn't have a category for settle somewhere in his chest, heavy and permanent, like a gear clicking into place. He went down the hallway and knocked on the kitchen door. The conversation with the Dursleys was not, technically, a conversation. It was Tony talking and Vernon Dursley making sounds that a charitable person might describe as objections. Tony was not a charitable person. He had called Pepper from the hallway. He had called Legal 3 minutes after that. He had, while on hold with Legal, run a search on his phone that confirmed that one James Potter and one Lily Potter, née Evans, were deceased as of the 1st of November, 1981, and that their son Harold James Potter had been placed with his maternal aunt, one Petunia Dursley, by what appeared to be no legal process whatsoever, no court order, no formal guardianship documentation, nothing but a letter that Petunia Dursley described, when Tony asked directly, as having been left on the doorstep. Left on the doorstep. Tony had kept his voice very calm throughout this part of the conversation, which was how Pepper always knew he was furious. "You're not his legal guardians," Tony said. "We've looked after him for 3 years," Petunia started. "In a cupboard," Tony said. "It's a perfectly adequate, I'm taking him," Tony said. "You can call the police if you'd like. I've already called my legal team. They'd love to explain to Surrey Child Services exactly what an adequate, living situation looks like when it's a 4-year-old in an unventilated storage space." He picked up his phone. "Or we can do this quietly. Your call." There was a long silence. Vernon Dursley's face had passed through several alarming shades of red and had arrived somewhere in the purple-going-on burgundy range. He looked like a man building towards something, a shout, maybe, or a threat, and Tony looked at him with the flat, patient expression of someone who had stood across tables from arms dealers and senators and was genuinely not impressed by loud men. "There's something wrong with him," Petunia said suddenly. Her voice was different now, thin and stretched, like something she'd been holding for a long time was starting to fray. "He's not, he does things. Strange things. Things that aren't normal." "What kind of things?" "He makes things move. When Dudley hit him once, Dudley fell. Nobody pushed him. Harry was across the room." She wrapped her arms around herself. "He's like his mother was. There's something wrong with all of them." Tony looked at her for a moment. Something in her face, underneath the suspicion and the relief at being rid of a problem, looked like fear, old fear, the kind that had been sitting in someone so long it had calcified into contempt. He didn't feel sorry for her exactly. He felt sorry for whatever had happened to her that had made her this way, and he felt even sorrier for the boy who'd paid the price for it. "There's nothing wrong with him," Tony said. He went back to the hallway. Harry was waiting by the front door with his shirt bundle of toys, standing straight, watching Tony with those green eyes. "Ready?" Tony said. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. Tony thought about Malibu. About the workshop overlooking the water. About the house with 16 rooms and 1 occupant and Jarvis running through empty halls narrating the weather to himself. "Home," Tony said. Harry nodded, like this was a satisfactory answer. Like he'd decided, in his careful, information-gathering way, that this particular adult was trustworthy, and was now prepared to act on that conclusion. They walked out together into the cool Surrey evening. Tony opened the passenger door and Harry climbed in without being told, already looking at the dashboard with an expression of focused interest that Tony recognized because it was the same expression he saw in the mirror every time he walked into the lab. He got in, started the car, and pulled away from Privet Drive without looking back. "What's that thing?" Harry asked, pointing at the arc reactor glowing blue through Tony's shirt. Power source, Tony said. For what? Keeps my heart working. Harry looked at it. Then looked at Tony. Then looked back at the road ahead with the expression of someone filing information away for later. Does it hurt? He asked. Not anymore, Tony said. Okay, Harry said. They drove south toward the motorway. Tony turned on the radio and something with horns came on and Harry watched the lights of the countryside go past the window without saying anything, and the silence between them was the comfortable kind, the kind that didn't need filling. Tony drove, and thought about repulsor arrays drawn in crayon, and felt the gear in his chest stay exactly where it had clicked into place. The next 7 years happened the way most important things happen, in pieces, with no single moment you could point to and say that's where everything changed. The change was cumulative. The change was Wednesday morning and Thursday night and 1,000 small Tuesday afternoons that didn't seem significant until you looked back and realized they'd built something. Jarvis was the first one to adapt. Within 48 hours of Harry's arrival at the Malibu house, the AI had recalibrated every sensor in the building to account for the occasional spontaneous movement of objects in the vicinity of the child, the temperature fluctuations that preceded said movements, and what Jarvis delicately described in his logs as localized probability variance in the immediate area of subject H. Potter. Patterns as yet unclassifiable. Tony had read those logs at 2 in the morning with a glass of scotch and had felt the particular thrill he only got when something genuinely didn't fit any existing model. He's not telekinetic, Tony told Jarvis, watching footage of Harry in the living room stacking blocks with slightly more precision than a 4-year-old should have been capable of. The force vectors are wrong. It's not coming from his hands. It appears to originate from his, I want to say intent, sir, though I'm aware that's not a technical classification. It's not. But it's not wrong either. Tony leaned forward. On the screen, Harry carefully placed the last block, then looked at the tower he'd built, 12 blocks, perfectly balanced, and smiled, small and private, like someone who'd accomplished something he'd been working on for a while. Run the energy signature again. Compare it to the circuit board repair. The signatures match. Both events involve the same emission, a very low frequency, extremely high amplitude energy output that I cannot map to any known electromagnetic spectrum. A pause. Sir, I've been comparing it to the literature on theoretical zero-point energy, plasma field resonance, and 3 other categories I'd rather not admit I've been reading. Does it fit any of them? No. Good, Tony said. That means it's interesting. He hired 3 tutors inside the first month, a physicist, a mathematician, and a linguist, because Harry absorbed language the way other kids absorbed cartoons, and Tony wasn't going to waste that. He enrolled Harry in a small, progressive school in the Malibu hills where the class sizes were small enough that the strange thing that occasionally happened around Harry, the lights flickering, the pencils rolling toward his hand before he reached for them, went mostly unremarked. He started teaching Harry engineering himself at age 5. This was, objectively, too young. Pepper said so. Rhodey said so. Jarvis expressed what Tony had come to recognize as architectural concern, which was different from regular concern and meant Jarvis was going to bring it up again in 3 days. Tony ignored all of them, because the alternative was watching Harry sit across from him at the workbench looking at a half-finished circuit board with hunger in his eyes and Tony not handing it to him, which was simply not something he was capable of doing. Harry at 5 was a methodical dismantler. He took things apart with care, not destructively, but analytically, the way a reader approaches a book in a new language, looking for the grammar underneath the words. He didn't have the manual dexterity yet for the small components, but he compensated with the other thing, the ability that Tony had started writing up in a private research log under the heading HJP, Energistic Repair/Modification Events, a title deliberately bland enough that if anyone ever found it they'd have no idea what they were reading. At 5, Harry could repair broken circuits by touch. At 6, he could modify them, not dramatically, not consciously, but the boards he handled consistently operated about 12% more efficiently than they had before, in ways that Tony could measure but not explain. At 7, Harry walked into the lab after school, stood next to Tony's workbench, looked at the Mark 8 armor laid out in sections for maintenance, and said, with absolute seriousness, "The left repulsor is misaligned by about 2 degrees. If you fire it at full power it'll drift left." Tony checked. It was off by 1.8 degrees. He stood there looking at his kid, 7 years old, backpack still on, glasses still crooked, milk and cereal bar smell still on him from the after-school snack Jarvis had provided, and tried to come up with words. "How did you know that?" he said. Harry tilted his head. "I could feel it. Like a knot." "You could feel it." Harry dropped his backpack and climbed onto the stool next to the bench. "Can I fix it?" Tony handed him the calibration tool without a word. That night, after Harry was asleep, Tony sat in the workshop for 3 hours building the first prototype. It was rough, a hollowed-out cylinder of titanium alloy about the size and shape of a magic wand, which he'd researched extensively in the last 3 years and tried very hard to approach as an engineer and not as a man having a minor ongoing existential crisis. He fitted a microcapacitor inside it, a rudimentary energy conversion matrix, and a thin loop of palladium wire threaded through the core. The idea was simple and probably insane. Harry's energy output was real, measurable, and extraordinary. It was also wildly inconsistent, surging when he was emotional, dropping when he was tired, spiking occasionally in ways that cracked light fixtures and once launched a mug of tea across the kitchen at high speed when Harry was startled. If Tony could give it a housing, a channel, a focusing structure, something that could receive the energy and give it direction before it expressed itself, Jarvis ran the first simulation at 3 in the morning. "The concept is theoretically sound," Jarvis said carefully, in the tone that meant "I have concerns but I know you're going to do it anyway." "But the power requirements assume a stable, controllable energy source. Harry's output, as measured, is neither stable nor controllable. If the device focuses his energy but he loses control of the input, you're looking at a potential output spike that I can't model reliably." "What do you mean you can't model it?" "I mean the numbers I get change depending on which physics I apply." A pause. "I've tried 5 different frameworks, sir. They give 5 different answers. The smallest one involves a crater." Tony stared at the prototype. "We'll need a limiter. Something that can absorb excess output and regulate the throughput." "May I suggest," Jarvis said, "that we discuss this with Harry first?" Tony looked up at the ceiling in the direction he always looked when he was talking to Jarvis, which was an entirely irrational habit that Jarvis had never pointed out. "He's 7. He's also the subject of the experiment." Tony looked at the prototype for a long moment. "Tomorrow," he said. Harry, the next morning, at the kitchen table with cereal and orange juice, listened to Tony's explanation, edited for age but not dumbed down, because Tony had learned in the first year that dumbing things down for Harry was a waste of time that the kid politely tolerated and privately found insulting, and then looked at the rough prototype Tony had brought upstairs. "It'll make the magic go where I point it," he said. "That's the idea. Right now it goes where you're feeling. That's different." Harry turned this over. "What if I'm feeling where I'm pointing?" "Then it'll work great," Tony said. "But you're not always. When you broke the kitchen tiles last month, I was angry," Harry said, without embarrassment. "Right. And the tiles didn't deserve it." The corner of Harry's mouth moved. "Jarvis told you." "Jarvis tells me everything. That's his job." Tony pushed the prototype across the table. "Try holding it." Harry picked it up. He turned it over in his hands, and Tony watched the air around him do what it always did when Harry was concentrating, a faint shimmer, like heat haze, invisible unless you knew to look for it and had calibrated sensors in every room. The capacitor inside the prototype glowed, not electrically, not from any current Tony had run through it. Just glowed, soft and gold, the same color as the repair on the circuit board years ago. "It's warm," Harry said. "It likes you," Tony said. "Or, it's responding to you." "Same thing," In this context. Harry looked up at him. Can we make it better? I was hoping you'd say that, Tony said. The next 4 years were the wand years. Prototype 1 melted. Not explosively, gracefully, almost, the titanium softening and slumping over the course of about 40 seconds during Harry's first real attempt at intentional direction, when he pointed it at a defunct drone in the workshop and tried to make it fly. The drone had flown. It had also gone through the ceiling, the floor of Tony's bedroom above, and had lodged itself in the support beam of the roof, where it remained as a structural feature that Pepper refused to acknowledge. Prototype 2 was better. Palladium housing, improved energy conversion matrix, a baffle system Jarvis designed that could absorb up to 300% of expected output before it needed to vent. It lasted 6 months and handled everything Harry threw at it until the afternoon Harry, 10 years old, had been watching news footage of a building collapse in Turkey and had stood very still in the workshop doorway with his hands at his sides and then, quietly, and without visible effort, pointed the wand at the TV and said, "Stop." The TV stopped. So did the ceiling fan. So did Jarvis, for 0.3 seconds, which he later described as an unexpected processing interruption unlike anything in my operational history. The power in a 6-block radius flickered. Prototype 2's baffle system hit maximum capacity and held, barely, and then Harry had lowered his wand and said, "Sorry," in a small voice, and Tony had stood in the doorway looking at the readings on his tablet and thinking very hard. "What were you trying to do?" Tony asked. "Stop it," Harry said. "The collapse." "I wanted to, I don't know." "Push back. Make it not happen." "You were trying to affect something on a screen," Tony said slowly. "Something that already happened." Harry looked at him. "Did it work?" Tony checked the news feed. The collapse had happened. Obviously. It had happened 6 hours ago. "No," he said. "But what you did, Harry, Jarvis, pull the energy readings from the last 4 minutes." "Already pulled, sir." The output was, I don't have a clean way to say this. It was in the time-adjacent range. Harry and Tony both looked at the ceiling. "Define time-adjacent," Tony said. The energy signature matched, in a very rough approximation, theoretical models for closed time-like curves. Harry was not trying to travel through time. But he was, applying pressure in that direction. There was a silence. "I'm 10, Harry said. "I know," Tony said. "Is that bad?" Tony set his tablet down on the workbench. He looked at his kid, 10 years old, dark hair everywhere, glasses that were slightly better than they'd been at 4 because Tony had custom-made them, scar on his forehead, the particular self-possessed calm that Harry had always had and that had deepened over the years into something that occasionally made Tony feel, unreasonably, slightly outmatched. "No," Tony said. "It's not bad. It means prototype 2 isn't good enough. We need something that can handle that range." He picked up his tablet. "Jarvis, what do we know about zero-point energy containment?" "Quite a lot, sir." "Would you like the theoretical literature or the Stark Industries applied research files?" "Both," Tony said. "Harry, grab a stool." The final design took 14 months, 2 near disasters, 1 actual disaster that took out the east wall of the workshop and which Tony listed in the insurance claim as architectural renovation, and a breakthrough at 2:30 in the morning when Harry, who was by this point 11 and had the endurance for late-night lab sessions that Tony found both impressive and slightly concerning, had looked at the 7th-generation core design and said, "The lattice is wrong. It's filtering when it should be amplifying. You're trying to contain it, you need to direct it." Tony had looked at the schematic for a long moment. Then he'd looked at Harry. "Show me," he said. Harry had taken the stylus and redrawn 3 components of the lattice structure with the casual fluency of someone who'd been thinking about this problem in the background for months and was finally putting it on paper. Tony had followed the logic, had seen it, had felt the click of it, and had been already reaching for the components before Harry had finished. They'd built the core together at the bench, side by side, Tony's hands doing the work too small or too mechanical for Harry's less experienced fingers, Harry directing the energy resonance through the lattice in real time as they assembled it, so that the structure shaped itself partly to design and partly to the flow of magic moving through it, the two intertwining until it was impossible to say where the engineering ended and the magic began. The finished device was wand-shaped. They'd kept that form because it worked, because it gave direction, because there was apparently several thousand years of empirical evidence supporting the general concept of a handheld focusing tool, and Tony was not above stealing good ideas. It was 11 inches long and slightly heavier than a traditional wand, weighted for Harry's hand specifically, grip textured along the lower third. The housing was a titanium vibranium alloy that Tony had needed to call in several uncomfortable favors to obtain. At the core, miniaturized to something that should not have been physically possible to miniaturize, was a palladium lattice arc reactor chamber approximately the diameter of a pencil. It glowed blue-white when inactive. When Harry held it, it went gold. Jarvis, Tony said, the first night they tested it properly, standing in the workshop with every sensor array running and Harry standing 10 feet away with the completed arc reactor wand in his hand. Baseline reading. Harry's resting magical output, 14 millistarks. Tony had named the unit himself and was not taking questions about this. Wand core resonance, stable. Lattice alignment, optimal. Harry, Tony said. Lumos. Harry pointed the wand. Said the word. The workshop went white. Not lit, white. The light that came from the tip of the wand had no shadows, no angles, no directionality. It simply was, flooding every surface simultaneously, a light so total and so even that for a split second Tony's brain couldn't process depth. It lasted 3 seconds and then Harry tilted the wand slightly and it narrowed to a beam, precise as a laser, which Harry directed at a specific panel on the far wall with the ease of turning on a flashlight. Output. Tony said, very calmly. 412 millistarks, Jarvis said. Sir, the amplification factor is approximately 29:1. Tony looked at Harry. Harry looked at his wand, and then at Tony, and his expression was the same one he'd had at age 7 looking at the misaligned repulsor, focused, interested, already thinking about the next question. Can we go higher? Harry asked. Yes, Tony said. Good, Harry said. 3 days later, the Hogwarts letter arrived. It came the way all significant things came at the Stark house, without asking permission, at an inconvenient time, and with an air of enormous self-importance. Tony was in the middle of a meeting with a DoD contractor he'd been deliberately irritating for 40 minutes when Jarvis interrupted. Sir, there's an owl in the kitchen. The contractor kept talking. Tony held up one finger. An owl, he said. A large one. It's sitting on the counter next to the coffee machine. It's been there for 6 minutes and appears to have no intention of leaving. It's carrying a letter. Tony looked at the contractor. We'll finish this Thursday, he said, stood up, and left. The owl was, indeed, large, a great gray, apparently unbothered by the sensors tracking it or Jarvis's polite inquiry as to its intentions. It had a letter clutched in one talon, sealed with red wax, and it extended its leg toward Tony with the air of something that had done this 1,000 times and found him no more interesting than any other recipient. Tony took the letter. Read the outside. Mr. H. Stark Potter, the workshop, 3rd stool from the left, Stark residence, Malibu, California. He stared at the last line for a moment. Jarvis, he said. Is Harry on the 3rd stool from the left in the workshop right now? He has been for the past 2 hours, yes. Tony turned the letter over. The seal on the back showed a crest, a lion, a snake, an eagle, a badger, arranged around a large letter H. He looked at the owl. Hogwarts, he said. The word felt strange in his mouth. He'd read it, had encountered it in the research he'd done on Wizarding Britain, had found the name in 3 different archived documents from 3 different impossible sources. This is from Hogwarts. The owl blinked at him. Tony took the letter downstairs. Harry was, in fact, on the third stool from the left. He was working on a variation of the wand's energy matrix, a side project, something he'd started calling the extension problem, the question of whether the wand could project a field rather than a beam, and he didn't look up when Tony came in, which was normal. Harry's concentration was a physical thing. Tony put the letter on the workbench in front of him. Harry looked at it. Looked at the seal. Read the outside. Third stool from the left, Harry said. I know, Tony said. Harry broke the seal and read the letter. Tony watched his face, which was, nothing. Harry's face when he was processing something important went still and blank, a habit he'd had since he was 4, and Tony had learned to wait. It's a school, Harry said. For people like you, Tony said. Wizards. I've done some research. Harry turned to look at him. How much research? Enough. Tony pulled up a chair. Enough to know they've been aware of you since you were born. Enough to know someone put you on that doorstep in Surrey with no documentation and no process. He said the next part carefully, because Harry was 11 and perceptive and would notice if Tony was managing him. Enough to know there are things about your parents' deaths that don't add up. And I haven't been able to get to those answers from outside. Harry was quiet for a moment. But I could from inside. You could from inside, Tony agreed. You want me to go, Harry said. It wasn't an accusation. Just a reading. I want you to do what you want to do, Tony said. That's the only thing I've ever wanted you to do. Harry looked at the letter again. Looked at the wand on the bench in front of him, blue-white glow, steady as breathing. They'll have their own wands there, he said. They will. And their own rules about magic. And their own way of doing things. Almost certainly. And they'll think they know what I am, Harry said. The boy who lived. Whatever that means. Probably. Harry was quiet for another moment. Then he picked up the wand and slid it into the custom holster Tony had fitted into the sleeve of his jacket, a slim mechanism that snapped the wand into his palm at a flick of the wrist. Okay, he said. I'll go. He turned back to the workbench and picked up his tools. But I'm taking the wand. Obviously, Tony said. And Jarvis glasses. Already being manufactured. Harry nodded, settled back into his work, and said nothing more about it. Tony watched him for a moment, 11 years old, Arc Reactor wand in his sleeve, scar on his forehead, already running calculations on the extension problem, and felt the gear in his chest, the one that had clicked into place on Privet Drive, turn slightly. The way gears do when something new is beginning to engage. He went upstairs to call Pepper and tell her they were going to England. There was a great deal to prepare. Chapter 2, Calibration. The Ministry of Magic's visitor entrance was a telephone box on a London street that smelled like exhaust and old rain, and Tony Stark stood in front of it for approximately 4 seconds before deciding it was the most insulting piece of infrastructure he'd ever encountered. A phone box, he said. A phone box, Harry confirmed. The entire wizarding government. Accessible via a phone box. According to the research, yes. Tony looked at it. Looked at the street around them, ordinary London morning, black cabs and double-deckers, nobody paying any attention to 2 people standing in front of a telephone box except for the city's general ambient suspicion of anyone standing still on a pavement. He looked back at the box. I've built a space suit, he said, that operates in the thermosphere at 4,000 miles per hour. I have concerns about this. You don't have to come in, Harry said. I'm absolutely coming in, Tony said, and opened the door. They'd arrived in London 2 days earlier, not because Diagon Alley required 2 days of preparation, but because Tony had required 2 days of information gathering, and Harry had required 2 days of walking around a city he didn't remember despite having been born in it, reading its faces and its streets with the careful attention of someone looking for something he couldn't quite name. They'd stayed at Claridge's, which had a suite with a workshop space that Tony had arranged in advance and which Jarvis had been running remotely since Tuesday. Tony had spent those 2 days cross-referencing everything he'd been able to gather on Wizarding Britain against the very thin, very carefully protected secondary sources he'd found, archived newspaper records with names that matched, property registrations for addresses that didn't exist on any official map. One academic paper from 1987 that referenced something called the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and had been quietly removed from the journal's digital archive, which Tony had noticed because he noticed when things disappeared. Harry had spent the 2 days testing the wand's extension field in the hotel bathroom with the fan running to cover the sound. The ministry visit was necessary because the letter from Hogwarts had included, on a second page Tony hadn't initially handed over, he'd read it first, alone, and made several decisions. A note from someone called Albus Dumbledore expressing his personal delight at young Harry's upcoming enrollment and his intention to arrange a meeting at the ministry to ensure young Harry's transition into our world is as smooth and welcoming as possible. The note had the particular texture of something that sounded warm and was actually controlling. Tony had recognized the texture immediately, because he'd been reading documents like it his entire career. They'd agreed to the meeting. The ministry atrium was not what Tony had expected, which was the first genuinely interesting thing that had happened since they'd landed. He'd expected something stuffy and archaic, wood paneling, portraits, the general aesthetic of British institutional power 40 years behind schedule. What he got was a vast, dark-ceilinged space with polished floors and a fountain at its center, green-robed workers crossing in every direction, golden statues, memos in the form of paper airplanes folding themselves and sailing through the air in purposeful flocks. It was strange and functional and oddly beautiful, and Tony spent the first 60 seconds looking at the memo system with genuine professional admiration. Distributed delivery network, he said quietly. No central routing. Each memo knows its destination. That's actually elegant. Don't compliment their infrastructure, Harry said. You'll encourage them. A ministry official met them at the security desk, a young man with the look of someone who'd drawn the short straw and knew it, tasked with escorting one Tony Stark and one Harry Potter through the ministry to a meeting with the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, a task for which no amount of civil service training had prepared him. His name was apparently Jenkins. Jenkins lasted until the elevator. Mr. Stark, he began, I've been asked to remind you that recording devices of any kind are not permitted within ministry. I'm not recording anything, Tony said. This was technically true. Jarvis, running through the glasses Harry was wearing, slim, unobtrusive, the same frames Tony had replaced Harry's taped-together pair with 3 years ago, now upgraded to house a full sensor array and a sub-vocalizer that let Harry and Jarvis have silent conversations, was doing something considerably more sophisticated than recording. But Jenkins didn't need to know that. The meeting was in a conference room on level 2. It was a nice room, high ceiling, long table, portrait of some previous minister or another looking self-important above the fireplace. Dumbledore was already there. Tony had looked at photographs. The photographs had not fully conveyed the effect of Albus Dumbledore in person, the height, the silver beard, the half-moon glasses, the robes that managed to be purple and covered in silver stars and still somehow suggest enormous authority. He looked like someone who'd decided long ago to be remarkable and had committed fully to the bit. He smiled when they came in, and the smile was warm and grandfatherly and completely real, which was what made it dangerous. Harry, he said. My dear boy. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. He crossed the room and shook the man's hand with a firm grip and his steadiest expression, the still, blank face that Tony had come to think of as Harry's processing face but which an outside observer would read as simple calm. This is my father. Tony Stark. Dumbledore turned to Tony. The smile shifted slightly, still warm, but recalibrating, the way a man's smile shifts when he meets someone he'd expected to be an obstacle and is now confirming that assessment. Mr. Stark, he said. What a remarkable pleasure. Likewise, Tony said, and they shook hands, and two of the most dangerous men in their respective worlds looked at each other across a polite handshake and took each other's measure in approximately 3 seconds. Tony thought, extremely intelligent. Entirely convinced he's right. Comfortable with the long game. Knows exactly why we're here and has prepared for it. Dumbledore thought. Tony didn't know what Dumbledore thought. But the old man's eyes, very blue above the half-moon glasses, stayed on Tony a half-second longer than a comfortable look before moving on. They sat. The meeting was, in the technical sense, a welcome. Dumbledore spoke warmly about Hogwarts, about Harry's parents, his father a gifted Quidditch player, his mother one of the most talented witches of her generation, about the magical world Harry was about to enter, about the opportunities available to him, about how very much everyone was looking forward to seeing him take his place. It was a masterful performance. It covered everything and revealed nothing, and it returned, every few minutes, to the same submerged current. We are glad to have you back where you belong. Harry listened with polite attention and asked 4 questions. The questions were about his parents' deaths. Where had they died, precisely, the address, the date, the sequence of events. What protective magic had been active? What investigation had been conducted afterward? What had happened to their wands? Each question was specific. Each question landed in a slightly different place than Dumbledore expected. Tony watched the old man's face, which was very good at looking unperturbed, show micro-expressions of something that might have been reassessment. These are, of course, very understandable questions, Dumbledore said, after the 4th one. I'm afraid many of the details are still, the events of that night were quite extraordinary, and not fully understood even now. Not fully understood, Harry said. 10 years later. The magical world has been rebuilding since that night, Harry. What happened to their wands? Harry said again. A pause. Very brief. Tony filed it. I'm afraid I don't know, Dumbledore said. Okay, Harry said, and smiled pleasantly, and Tony recognized that smile because it was the one he'd learned, apparently, from watching Tony in meetings. Thank you, Professor. They left 20 minutes later. In the elevator, going up, Tony looked at the glasses. Harry looked back at him through them. Jarvis, Tony said quietly. I recorded the micro-expressions, Jarvis said through the earpiece Tony wore. He knows more than he said about the wands. His respiratory rate also increased slightly when Harry asked about the protective magic. The question about the address genuinely surprised him. I think he expected Harry to ask about Voldemort, not the specifics. Different questions get different answers, Harry said, also quietly. He was looking at the elevator doors. If I ask about a monster, he tells me a story. If I ask about floor plans, he has to actually know the floor plans. The elevator opened into the atrium. They walked through the memoplanes and the fountain and the green-robed officials, and Tony matched Harry's pace, and said nothing until they were back in the telephone box going up. You did well in there, Tony said. He's going to underestimate me, Harry said. It wasn't a complaint. Just an assessment. Everyone's going to underestimate you, Tony said. Let them. Harry glanced at him. You always say that like it's a tactic. Isn't it? You also always say not to minimize myself. Those aren't contradictory. They kind of are, Dad. Tony thought about it. The telephone box doors opened onto the London street, and they stepped back into the morning. Underestimating yourself is different from letting someone else underestimate you, he said. You know what you are. You don't need them to know it. You need them to think they have more room than they do. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, and when they use that room? Then you close it, Tony said. Diagon Alley appeared in the gap between a bookshop and a pub on a street in Charing Cross, a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, dark and low-ceilinged and full of people who had the particular look of individuals who had found exactly the right level of obscurity and were comfortable there. The landlord, a toothless man named Tom, stared at Harry with an expression that went through delight, awe, and something close to reverence in about 2 seconds. Harry shook his hand, said hello, and asked for directions to the back courtyard with such straightforward normalcy that Tom was halfway through pointing before he'd recovered from the shock of being treated like a regular person. The brick wall opened onto the alley and Tony walked through it and stopped. He'd stopped expecting the world to surprise him around age 25, when he'd realized that surprise was mostly just a failure of imagination. He made an exception, occasionally, for things that genuinely merited it. The alley merited it. It was loud and bright and crooked in a way that suggested the buildings had been added to for centuries by people who'd never met each other and shared no principles of urban planning whatsoever. Shops stacked on shops, signs painted on signs, people in robes of every color and shade moving in every direction at once, and above it all a piece of sky that was slightly too blue for early September London and suggested the alley operated, at least atmospherically, by its own rules. "Okay," Tony said. "This is interesting." "You've been here before," Harry said. "Architecturally. In the sense that it's a self-contained alternative commercial district with its own infrastructure." "I've never been anywhere this inefficient," Tony said, looking at a shop window in which 17 varieties of cauldron were displayed with no apparent organizational logic. "This is beautiful." Harry looked at him. "You're fascinated by things that don't work the way they should." "I'm fascinated by things that work despite not working the way they should," Tony corrected. "There's a difference. This whole place should be a disaster." "It's not. I want to know why." They had a list. Hogwarts letter, robes, books, potion ingredients, telescope, a standard cauldron, and a wand. Tony had opinions about most items on the list. He had very specific opinions about the last one. They did the list in order, which was Tony's preference, working from the far end of the alley back toward the entrance. Madame Malkin's for robes. Harry stood on the fitting stool with the patience of someone used to waiting for measurements and looked around the shop with attentive eyes, watching the seamstress's wand work, watching the fabric move. Flourish and blots for books. Tony spent 11 minutes in the charms theory section reading with the intensity of a man who has found a new field and is already annoyed he didn't find it sooner. A small apothecary for ingredients. The smell was extraordinary, several different kinds of extraordinary, and Tony catalogued them as they passed. At the door of Gringotts, the white marble bank that dominated the far end of the alley, a goblin looked at them. Tony looked back. The goblin had the expression of someone who'd seen everything twice and found all of it mildly disappointing. "Harry Potter," the goblin said. "Yes," Harry said. "And?" The goblin looked at Tony. "His father," Tony said. The goblin looked at him for another moment and then, with a gesture that somehow conveyed all the warmth of an automated response, waved them in. Inside, Harry accessed the vault his parents had left him, a number Tony had obtained from the ministry records, another piece of the research, and collected the gold he'd need for school supplies, and Tony stood at the vault entrance watching the dragon in the depths of the bank with professional interest and making mental notes. "I'm designing a security system when we get home," he told Harry on the way back up. "Better than Gringotts?" Harry said. "No dragons," Tony said. "But yes." Ollivander's was last. The shop was narrow and dusty and crammed floor to ceiling with long, thin boxes, and it had the atmosphere of a place that took itself very seriously, which Tony respected even while finding it slightly overdone. The old man appeared from between the shelves like he'd been there the whole time, which he probably had, and looked at Harry with pale, silvery eyes that had the quality of seeing more than they were supposed to. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said, and his voice was soft and slightly wondering, the same way every wizard they'd encountered today had said Harry's name. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you." He looked at the glasses, at the jacket, at the wand holster that was just barely visible at Harry's wrist. His eyes stopped there. "I see you've come prepared." "I have my own," Harry said. The wonder in Ollivander's face shifted. Not to offense, to something more complicated than that. A craftsman's interest warring with a craftsman's professional instinct. "May I see it?" he asked. Harry looked at Tony. Tony gave him nothing, it was Harry's call. Harry drew the arc reactor wand from its holster and held it out across both palms, horizontal, the way you'd offer something you'd made with care. Ollivander took it. What happened next was quiet and took about 10 seconds, but Tony watched every frame of it. Ollivander held the wand and the wand went gold, the same gold it went when Harry held it, which it had never done for anyone else, including Tony, who had built the thing. Ollivander's pale eyes went very wide. His hands, steady old craftsman's hands, started to tremble slightly, and he put the wand back down on the counter with the specific careful movement of someone setting down something that had told them more than they were ready to hear. He was quiet for a long moment. "Where did you get this?" he said. "We built it," Harry said. "Together." Ollivander looked at Tony. "You're a muggle." "I'm aware," Tony said. "This is," Ollivander stopped. "Start it again." "The core." "What's in the core?" "A miniaturized arc reactor," Tony said. "Palladium lattice. Energy conversion matrix in a bidirectional configuration. It takes Harry's output, amplifies it through the lattice, and returns it as a directed, focused field. The housing is vibranium alloy." "That's not," Ollivander picked the wand up again, held it at arm's length, sighted along it. "Wands have cores. Phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair. They choose the wizard." This one doesn't choose," Harry said. "It amplifies." "There's a difference," Tony said. "A standard wand filters the magic through the core material, which imposes certain tendencies. Certain limitations. We remove the filter. The lattice doesn't restrict. It resonates." Ollivander set the wand down again. He looked at Harry with an expression that was not quite fear and not quite reverence and was, Tony thought, the specific emotion of a person confronting something that dismantled a framework they'd spent their life building. "The amplification factor," Ollivander said quietly. "Do you know what it is?" "Currently around 29-1, Harry said. The silence that followed was very complete. "A standard wand," Ollivander said, very carefully, "amplifies the natural magical output of the user by a factor of approximately 3 to 5. "We know," Harry said. 29-1 means that a spell cast through this, hits like it was cast by someone with roughly 30 times my core power, Harry said. He wasn't being boastful. He was being precise, the way he was always precise about things he'd measured. "We've been testing it for 3 years. Ollivander looked at the wand for a long time. Then he looked at Harry. "Your parents both had exceptional wands," he said. "I made your father's myself, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration." He paused. "And your mother's, willow, 10¼ swishy. Superb for charms. Both extraordinary instruments." He paused again. "I have sold 12,000 wands in my career. I have never," he stopped himself. "Never what?" Harry said. "Never felt a wand ask me a question," Ollivander said quietly. "This one did. When I held it, it asked me something." Tony looked at him with sharp attention. "What did it ask?" Ollivander met his eyes, and for the first time there was something in the old wandmaker's face that was simply, plainly afraid. "It asked me how much I could take," Ollivander said. The shop was very quiet. Harry picked up the arc reactor wand and slid it back into its holster with the ease of long practice. "We should go," he told Tony. "The train's tomorrow." They left Ollivander standing behind his counter in his narrow, dusty shop, looking at the space where the wand had been. King's Cross at 11 in the morning was the particular organized chaos of a major rail terminus, announcements in 3 directions, pigeons with the confidence of locals, everyone moving at the speed of someone who knew where they were going and was already slightly late. Tony walked through it with Harry and their trolleys, one trunk, one Malibu engineered case that Tony had packed himself and which was significantly heavier than it looked, and felt, for the first time in a while, like he didn't entirely know what he was doing. He didn't like the feeling. He liked it even less because he could tell Harry could tell. I'm going to be fine, Harry said, without looking at him. I know you're going to be fine, Tony said. I built you an experimental magical weapon in 7 years of engineering education. You're going to be more than fine. I'm fine. I'm completely fine. You're using fine a lot. It's a fine word. Harry looked at him. Tony looked at the departures board. Platform 9 3/4, Tony said. Between 9 and 10. They found it, the solid-looking barrier between the platforms, which turned out not to be solid in the way that all the best things in Tony's life had turned out not to be what they initially appeared. Tony had read about this. He'd done the research. He still walked into it at a slightly cautious pace, which he was never going to admit to anyone, and came out the other side onto a platform full of steam and noise and people in robes and cages with owls and a magnificent scarlet steam engine with Hogwarts Express painted in gold along its side. He looked at the engine. He had genuine, serious feelings about the engineering of steam locomotives, most of which he was going to keep to himself right now. Okay, he said, and turned to Harry. Harry was already looking at the train with the expression he got around new things, interested, cataloging, already thinking about it. You've got the case. I've got the case. And the glasses. And the glasses. Jarvis will be running through them, but the connection's going to get patchy once you're in Scotland. There's a relay I've arranged through a satellite I'm not technically supposed to have redirected, so it should hold, but if it drops, then I manage without Jarvis, Harry said. I have done it before. You were 9 and it was a Thursday. It was a productive Thursday. Tony looked at him. Harry looked back, and for a moment neither of them said anything, and Tony felt the gear turn again, the slow, significant movement of something large engaging. Dumbledore's running a game, Tony said. We both know it. Don't let him move you without knowing you're being moved. I know. And the wand, you know what it does. Don't show them everything at once. Not because you should hide it, but because sequencing information is a strategy. I know, Dad. And eat. Jarvis says you don't eat enough when you're working. Jarvis is a traitor. Jarvis is thorough. Harry picked up his trunk, slid the case under his arm, and looked up at Tony with those green eyes that had been steady and direct and unconcerned since the first moment Tony had ever seen them, at the bottom of a cupboard in Surrey at 4 years old. I'll call from Hogsmeade on the weekends, Harry said. Jarvis has the relay coordinates. I know. And I'll write. Actual letters. Since apparently that's how it works. I'll learn to deal with owls. You hate owls. I don't hate them. I find them inefficient. The train whistle blew, long and low, a sound that belonged to a different century and was completely at home here. People started moving, parents embracing children, trunks being hauled up onto the train, a pair of red-haired twins somewhere up the platform doing something involving a firework that Tony clocked and mentally filed as interesting kids. Harry stepped forward and hugged him. Not a performative hug, a real one, the kind that people who were unsentimental about most things gave when it actually mattered. Tony put one arm around his kid's shoulders and held on for exactly the right amount of time, not a second longer or shorter. Don't blow anything up that you're not prepared to rebuild, Tony said. That's a low bar, Harry said into his shoulder. It's your bar. I know you. Harry pulled back, picked up his things, and walked toward the train. He got to the door, caught the handle, stepped up, and paused, looking back once, with a grin that was slightly too sharp to be entirely reassuring and that Tony recognized, with a sensation somewhere between pride and alarm, as his own. Tell Jarvis I said hi, Harry said. Jarvis is in your glasses, Tony said. Tell him yourself. Harry laughed, short and real, and got on the train. Tony stood on the platform and watched the Hogwarts Express until the steam closed around it and then until it was gone, and then stood there a little longer listening to the sound of it getting small in the distance. Sir, Jarvis said through his earpiece. His vitals are normal. He appears to be finding a compartment. Good, Tony said. His heart rate is slightly elevated. He's excited. Yes, Jarvis said. I think so too. Tony turned and walked back through the barrier toward King's Cross, already thinking about what he'd missed in the Gringotts security schematics and whether there was any technical reason a fire-breathing dragon couldn't be replicated with the right materials. There was a great deal to do. The compartment Harry found was near the middle of the train, a window seat, facing forward, which he chose deliberately because he liked watching where he was going rather than where he'd been. He'd put his trunk in the rack above and the case between his feet and was watching London give way to the suburbs give way to countryside with the same attention he brought to most things, when the compartment door opened. The boy who came in had red hair and freckles and was carrying a rat in his top pocket with the casual comfort of someone who'd done it 1,000 times. He looked at Harry and then at the compartment and said, "Is it all right if I sit? Everywhere else is full, or there's people doing weird things." "Full is fine," Harry said. "Weird is relative. Sit." The boy sat. The rat stirred in his pocket and then went back to sleep, apparently confident in the security of the situation. "Ron Weasley," the boy said. "Harry Stark Potter," Harry said. Ron's expression went through the stages. "Potter? As in, yes," Harry said. "Right." Ron looked at him. His look was different from every other look Harry had gotten today. There was recognition in it, but not the stunned reverence that Ollivander had shown or the careful assessment Dumbledore had performed. Ron's look was the look of someone trying to figure out if Harry was going to be normal or not, and visibly hoping for normal. "I've got 6 brothers. Everybody's talked about you loads in my family. Bill thinks you're probably dead impressive. I just wondered if you'd be all right." Harry looked at him. "Am I?" Ron considered it seriously. "Dunno yet," he said. "You don't look mad, which is a good start." Charlie said the last famous wizard he met was completely off his head. "There was this Bulgarian bloke," he trailed off. "Are those real glasses or are they something else?" "Both," Harry said. "Both," Ron repeated, in the tone of someone who decided to simply accept information rather than argue with it. They talked. Ron talked more than Harry, which Harry found comfortable. He'd learned over 11 years that being a good listener was a different kind of intelligence than talking, and that people told you more when they felt heard than when they felt interrogated. He learned that Ron had 5 brothers and 1 sister, that his family were pure blood but not the kind that cared about it, that he was afraid of spiders, that he played chess at a level he described as, all right, with a modest confidence that suggested it was considerably better than all right, and that he had a lot of opinions about Quidditch that Harry absorbed with interest because Tony had made him study Quidditch the same way Tony made him study any sport that involved engineering, as an aerodynamics problem first and a competition second. "Your dad's Tony Stark," Ron said at some point, in the way someone says a thing they've been sitting on for a while. "Yes," Harry said. "The Iron Man? That's him. Blimey." Ron thought about it. "Is he actually, is he mental? Dad says muggles who understand electricity are basically doing accidental magic, but Tony Stark seems like he actually knows what he's doing." "He knows exactly what he's doing," Harry said, and the warmth in his voice was the kind that doesn't need any more words than that. The compartment door opened again, this time with less preamble. The girl who came in had bushy hair and an expression of organized purpose, like she'd already made a list for this situation and was working through it. She looked at both of them with sharp eyes. "Have either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost his." "No," Ron said. "Not so far," Harry said. The girl's eyes went to Harry's glasses. She had the look of someone who recognized when a piece of equipment was more than it appeared. "Those aren't standard," she said. "No," Harry said. "What do they do?" "Sensor array, mostly. Display. Communications relay." She looked at them for another second with the expression of someone who found this interesting and was deciding whether to pursue it now or file it for later. She filed it for later. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "I've read all the course books, already. Twice. Are you Harry Potter? There's a chapter about you in the rise and fall of the dark arts and most of a history of magic, and he knows who he is, Ron said. Have you tried the other end of the train about the toad? Hermione looked at him with the specific expression of someone who found that suggestion obvious and was not going to say so because she was technically in their compartment and needed to maintain goodwill. I was getting to that, she said, with dignity. Go on then, Ron said. Hermione looked at Harry one more time, cataloging, filing, the same gathering of information Harry recognized because he did it himself. Then she left. She's going to be exhausting, Ron said. She's smart, Harry said. Those aren't mutually exclusive. No, Harry agreed. They're not. The countryside ran green and wide outside the window. Harry watched it go past and thought about Dumbledore's micro-expressions and Ollivander's question and the compartment door opening and closing, the train full of people who all knew his name and none of whom knew him, and felt the difference between the two things like a space he'd need to decide, eventually, what to do with. His wand was warm in its holster. Gold, not blue. His magic knew where it was going even when he didn't. The trouble started 3 carriages up, about 2 hours north of London. Harry knew about it because Jarvis said, quietly, into his ear, Harry. 4 older students just entered the carriage. Based on their body language and direction, they're heading for Ron's carriage. Harry looked at Ron, who was in the middle of demonstrating a chess move with a pawn on his knee. Someone's coming, Harry said. Someone coming turned out to be 4 third years, led by a boy with a look of particular self-satisfaction that Tony had taught Harry to recognize as the specific expression of someone who decided their social position entitled them to behave badly. He had pale, pointed features and the kind of blonde hair that sat very still on his head as though it had been trained. So it's true, the boy said, looking at Harry with studied curiosity. Harry Potter is on the train. I heard you'd gone funny, living with a muggle. His eyes went to Harry's glasses. What are those? Some kind of muggle toy? Yes, Harry said pleasantly. The boy's eyes moved to Ron. Weasley, he said, with a flavor that turned the name into something else. Didn't realize you'd got in yet. No one told your family, I suppose, or they couldn't afford the owl. Ron's face went the particular red that meant something was building. Harry put one hand briefly on Ron's arm, not restraining, just noting, and looked at the boy. What's your name? He said. The boy blinked, as though the question was not the one he'd expected. Draco Malfoy. Draco, Harry said, trying the name out with the same neutral tone he used for most things. Here's the thing. You came in here to make an impression. I understand that, new school, lots of people, you want to establish where you stand. The issue is you've started by insulting my friend's family over money, which is the kind of move that tells me more about your family than his. Malfoy stared at him. The 3 boys behind him, large, slightly dull-looking, exchanged uncertain glances. And, Harry continued, in the same conversational tone, if this was a move to get me on side by demonstrating you can belittle other people, that's not really a recommendation. I don't know who you think you are, Malfoy began. I know exactly who I am, Harry said. That's the whole problem with this conversation, from your perspective. He said it without aggression. Simply stated, the way he'd state any other fact. Something in Malfoy's expression cracked slightly, not into anger, but into the uncertain look of someone who'd come and prepared for a specific kind of conversation and found a completely different one. One of the large boys behind Malfoy, the bigger of the 2, stepped forward and put his hand on the compartment doorframe. Maybe you should watch your mouth, Potter, he said. Harry looked at him. He reached up and touched the wand holster at his wrist, not drawing, just a gesture, easy and unhurried. The blue-white glow through his sleeve was visible for a second. Just a second. The air in the compartment dropped approximately 4 degrees. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. A quality, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the pressure changes. It wasn't something Harry had done on purpose. It was just what the wand did when he was paying attention and didn't particularly feel like being patient anymore. Both large boys stepped back. Involuntarily, without appearing to mean to. Their bodies had made a decision independent of their intentions. Malfoy looked at the glow. Looked at Harry. Something moved in his expression that was not quite fear and not quite respect and was the complicated middle thing between them. "We'll see each other at school," Malfoy said, and it came out significantly less like a threat than he'd probably intended. "Looking forward to it," Harry said. They left. The door slid shut behind them. Ron let out a breath. "Blimey," he said. Draco Malfoy. His family's, he stopped. "What was that? What you did with what was that glow?" "My wand," Harry said. "What kind of wand glows like that?" "Mine," Harry said. He looked at Ron's expression, wide-eyed, processing, working through it, and added, "It's a long story. I'll tell you on the train." Ron settled back in his seat with the specific expression of someone who had just upgraded their assessment of the situation and was pleased about the upgrade. "Yeah, all right," he said. "Start from the beginning." "The beginning is a cupboard under some stairs in Surrey," Harry said. "That sounds terrible," Ron said. "It was," Harry said. Then it wasn't. Outside, the countryside had gone golden in the late afternoon light, England rolling away in every direction, and the Hogwarts Express carried them north through it at the speed of something that knew exactly where it was going. Chapter 3, Resonance. The boats crossed the lake in the dark, and Harry sat in the bow of his with Ron and Hermione and a round-faced boy named Neville who was holding his toad with both hands and looking at the castle like a man bracing for something. The castle was extraordinary. Harry had seen extraordinary things: the Malibu house cantilevered over the Pacific, the inside of an arc reactor chamber at full resonance, the view from the upper atmosphere in one of Tony's suits at age 9 when Tony had decided that, "No, you're too young," was a principle that deserved testing. Hogwarts was extraordinary in a different way, in the way that things built over centuries were extraordinary, accumulating history the way coastlines accumulate rock, layer on layer on layer, shaped by something larger than any single intention. "First years say you can't see all the towers from down here," Ron said quietly. "Too many. There are 9 visible from this angle," Harry said. Jarvis had counted them. 2 more on the north face. The eastern tower has a different stone composition, probably added later. Hermione looked at him from across the boat. "You've been analyzing it since we came around the cliff," she said. "Yes," Harry said. "So have I," she said, and went back to looking at it, and that was the first moment Harry decided she was going to be someone worth knowing. The boats grounded on a pebbly shore, and Professor McGonagall met them at the top of a flight of stone steps with the particular quality of presence that meant she had been doing this for a very long time and found it important every single time. She was tall, Scottish, precise, and had the expression of someone who maintained high standards not because she wanted to be difficult but because she genuinely believed people were capable of meeting them. She looked at the line of first years with the weighing look of someone who would not remember most of these faces in 30 years but intended to serve every one of them while she had them. Her eyes went to Harry. Went to the glasses. Went to the barely visible outline of the wand holster under his jacket sleeve. She said nothing. She led them inside. The great hall was exactly what it said it was. Harry walked in and felt the ceiling, the bewitched ceiling showing a cloudy night sky, as a physical thing above him, vast and genuine feeling, and he looked at the 4 long tables and the floating candles and the hundreds of students already seated and thought about what it would take to maintain an environmental illusion of this scale and quality over a permanent architectural space. "Diffusion charm on a stabilized atmospheric field," he said quietly, to no one in particular. "What?" Neville said. "The ceiling. It's not open, it's a charm projected on a permanent surface. Probably requires renewal every 6 months or so, more in winter when the actual weather pressure differential is higher." Harry looked at the enchanted candles. "The candles are independently animated. Different spell entirely, you can tell because the light flicker pattern is asynchronous with the ceiling movement. Hermione had edged closer. "That's exactly right," she said, in the voice of someone who'd read about this and was faintly irritated that someone else had worked it out empirically in 30 seconds. "It's described in Hogwarts, a history. The sealing charm dates to 1743, Harry said. The original was 1280, but they replaced it. The current one has higher resolution. You can see the individual cloud texture." Hermione looked at him with an expression that was a very specific mixture of competitive and fascinated that Harry recognized because he'd seen it in the mirror a few times. "Have you read Hogwarts, a history?" she said. "Dad has a copy. It was in the research stack." He paused. "I read his highlights." "His highlights," she repeated. "He highlights aggressively," Harry said. There wasn't much left unhighlighted. The Sorting Hat was old and patched and looked like it had opinions, which Harry respected. It sang, a long, winding song about the 4 houses that was better than he'd expected, with a structure underneath the rhyme scheme that suggested whoever had originally composed it understood something about compression and information density. Harry listened to the whole thing and filed it. The sorting started alphabetically. Harry stood in line and watched the hat placed on head after head, each student claiming a table with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor and clutched his toad with the expression of a man who'd survived something. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin with the expression of someone who'd expected it and found it confirmed everything. Potter, Harry. The hall went, not quiet. The hall had been going name by name with the low murmur of a crowd between each one. The murmur didn't stop so much as change character, a frequency shift, a collective intake of attention. Harry felt it move through the room and ignored it the way he ignored most ambient data that wasn't useful. He walked to the stool and sat, and the hat was placed on his head. It was dark inside. Dark, and then, not. "Well," said a voice that was in his head and nowhere else, a voice that sounded somehow like old leather and concentration and the accumulated experience of 1,000 years of watching people. "That's remarkable." "Thank you," Harry said, inside his own head. "I meant your magical core. And what's sitting next to it?" A pause. "The wand. I can feel it even from here. It's warm. It's always warm. It trusts you," the hat said. "Wands don't trust. That's not what wands do. And yet. It's not a standard wand. I can see that." Another pause, longer, and different in quality, like the hat was reading something dense. You are remarkably unusual, Harry Potter." "Stark Potter," Harry said. "Yes." The hat sounded like it was revising a filing system in real time. "Your mind is structured differently from any I've encountered. The magical intuition is extraordinarily deep, deeper than your parents', and they were both exceptional. But layered through it, threaded into it like wiring, engineering," Harry said. "Yes. Is that your father's influence?" "It's mine," Harry said. "He showed me the tools. I'm the one who picked them up." The hat was quiet for a moment, genuinely quiet, the first time it had paused fully since it had started reading him. "You know," it said, "I have 11 seconds of operational time before the hall starts whispering. I've been doing this for 1,000 years and I've never used more than 5 before, even for the complex ones." "What are we at?" Harry asked. 7, the hat said. "And I haven't decided yet." "You do well anywhere. You do well better than anyone else anywhere. But. Gryffindor," the hat said, suddenly and completely. "Not because you're the bravest, though you are. Because you need people who'll follow you into things, and Gryffindors will do it laughing. That's rarer than bravery." "Gryffindor," the hat shouted. The table on the left erupted. Harry walked toward it and sat down, and found Ron already there, sliding along the bench to make room, grinning the grin of someone who had correctly predicted an outcome. "Knew it," Ron said. "You didn't say anything," Harry said. "I knew it quietly," Ron said. That counts. Potions was on Thursday morning, in the dungeons, and Snape arrived the way a storm system arrives, a change in air pressure before he was visible, the sense of something coming that made the room adjust its posture. He was tall, dark-haired, and had the particular economy of movement of someone who decided long ago not to waste anything, including gestures, including words. His eyes were black and flat and very, very attentive. He looked at the class. "You are here," he said, "because this school requires it of you. You will do well if you are precise. You will survive if you are attentive. You will not waste my time or my ingredients." He moved to the front board without hurry. "Mr. Potter." "Professor," Harry said. The class went still in the specific way a class goes still when a teacher invokes a name with intent. Snape turned from the board and looked at Harry with the flat black eyes. "What is a bezoar?" he said. "A calcified mass, usually of hair and plant fiber, found in the stomach of certain animals. Goats, primarily. Used historically as an antidote to most common poisons." Harry paused. "The mechanism isn't fully understood, the current theory is adsorptive, but I think it's more likely a catalytic magical neutralization. The speed of action is too fast for simple adsorption." "A beat." Snape looked at him. Something moved very briefly in his expression, not warmth, not approval, but the involuntary acknowledgement of something unexpected. "And where would you find one if you needed it quickly?" Snape said. "Your store's cabinet," Harry said. "You keep 3. I saw them when I walked past. Second shelf, right side, green jar." The class was very quiet. Snape looked at him for a long moment. "Correctly observed," he said, which was apparently the full extent of the acknowledgement on offer. He moved down the aisle. "Mr. Longbottom. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Neville's answer was less sharp. Snape did not make him feel good about this, but he also, Harry noted, didn't destroy him the way a teacher who enjoyed cruelty would have. There was precision in Snape's criticism. He wanted you to be better. He just didn't particularly care whether you felt good while getting there. Harry found this reasonable, if aggressive. They brewed a simple potion, a basic calming draft, first-year level, a test of attention and sequence rather than skill. Harry worked steadily, adjusting his heat by millimeters, cutting the ingredients to the specified width by eye with a precision that Hermione, 2 benches over, matched by measurement. At the 40-minute mark, his potion was the correct shade of pale blue. The texture was right. He set down his knife and waited. Snape moved through the class. He checked each cauldron with a brisk efficiency that occasionally shaded into disdain. He stopped at Harry's station. He looked at the potion. He took a small glass rod and drew a sample, held it to the light, replaced it. He said nothing. He moved on. This was, Harry gathered from Ron's low whistle afterward, the highest possible grade on offer. McGonagall's Transfiguration class was Monday. Harry had read all 3 Transfiguration textbooks over the summer, not as homework but because the theory was fascinating, the intersection of intention and form, the magical insistence that matter could be something other than what it was if the argument was made precisely enough. It was, in engineering terms, a materials science problem with a magical variable, and Harry had a lot of thoughts. McGonagall demonstrated first. She set a solid metal matchstick on her desk, looked at it, and it became a perfect needle, silver, sharp, correctly proportioned, in under 3 seconds. The class made the appropriate sounds. McGonagall then placed a matchstick on each desk and gave them their instructions. Most of the class achieved a slight flattening. A girl in the second row turned one end silver. Ron's matchstick rolled off the desk. Harry looked at his. The standard approach was intention plus concentration plus the wand movement, a precise rolling motion, directing the transformation from base to tip. He picked up his wand. The gold light hit it and warmed his palm. He did the movement, applied the intention, and the matchstick became a needle in 1.1 seconds, not just correct but exact, measured by the template in the standard, not an atom of deviation. He set it down and looked at the needle. Then he looked at the matchstick of the student sitting next to him, a girl named Lavender who was struggling, and thought about what was wrong with her approach. She was concentrating on the needle instead of the matchstick. Visualizing the endpoint without releasing the starting point. You had to let go of what it was before you could tell it what to be. He didn't say this out loud. It wasn't his place, and she hadn't asked. McGonagall appeared at his elbow. She looked at his needle. She picked it up. She ran her thumb along the length of it and tested the point and placed it back down. "Correct, Mr. Potter," she said. "Have you done transfiguration before?" "Not formally," Harry said. "I've read the theory. All of it. The first 3 books. And a 1952 paper by Marchbanks and Yaxley on the limits of permanent transfiguration. I had questions about it." McGonagall looked at him with the weighing look she'd given all of them at the doors, but calibrated differently, with more precision, more attention. "What questions?" she said. "The paper argues permanent transfiguration is impossible because magical intent decays over time. But the examples they use to support this are all non-living materials. They never test on magically saturated substances. I think the decay rate for permanent transfiguration depends on the magical density of the base material, not just the complexity of the transformation." The class had gone attentive in the way classes do when something unexpected is happening at the front. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "That is," she said carefully, "a hypothesis that is currently being explored by the Department of Magical Research in Geneva." "I know," Harry said. "I found one of their preliminary papers. They hadn't published conclusions when I last looked." McGonagall looked at him for 3 seconds with an expression Harry couldn't fully categorize. It had the quality of someone updating a very large file very quickly. "See me after class," she said. "Yes, Professor," Harry said. After class, she asked him 4 questions about his reading, listened to his answers with complete attention, and told him she was going to recommend him for an independent study program that typically wasn't offered until 5th year. "Do you want that?" she asked. "I won't push it on you." "Yes," Harry said. "But not instead of the regular class." "I want the regular class too." "Why?" she said, genuinely curious. "Because I learn things from watching how other people think about problems," Harry said. "Not just from solving them myself." McGonagall looked at him again with that large file updating expression. "Your father taught you that," she said. It wasn't quite a question. "My father," Harry said, "would have said watch your competition. But that's the same thing, from a different angle." A very brief moment of something that on another face would have been a smile. "Indeed," McGonagall said, and dismissed him. The defense against the dark arts classroom smelled like garlic, which was the first sign that something was off. The second sign was Professor Quirrell's turban, which was large and purple and which Harry's sensor array had flagged, very quietly, a notation in the corner of his visual field, as producing an anomalous heat signature. Not from the turban material. From the area behind it. Quirrell himself was a slight, nervous man who stuttered more than he needed to and blinked more than his sentence structure required, and Harry had decided within the first 2 minutes of the first class that the nervousness was partly genuine and partly practiced. The genuine part was fear. The practiced part was a performance of harmlessness that was a costume, not a character. He said none of this to anyone except Jarvis, in the sub-vocalized shorthand they'd developed. "The heat signature from the turban," Harry said quietly, during a break in Quirrell's stuttered explanation of counterjinxes. "Can you characterize it?" "Unusual," Jarvis said, in his ear. "Living tissue signature. Possibly a second person in close proximity, but the geometry doesn't, sir. I'm getting a very faint echo of an energy signature I've seen before. In the test logs. From the 3rd generation prototype." Harry kept his face neutral. "When you almost couldn't model the output." "Yes. Very faint. But there." Harry looked at Quirrell, who was demonstrating a basic Expelliarmus to two students at the front who weren't getting it. Quirrell's wand moved with precision that his overall presentation didn't quite account for. Harry made a note. He moved on. He was excellent at defense against the dark arts, which surprised nobody who'd met him. He was excellent at charms, which surprised Flitwick so much that the tiny professor had fallen off his stack of books during the second class when Harry's Wingardium Leviosa had lifted the feather and also, involuntarily, the desk it was sitting on. Harry had caught the desk immediately, a quick adjustment, the feather carefully back to the surface, and Flitwick had regained his composure with the cheerful resilience of a man who'd seen impressive magic for 40 years and could still be delighted by it. "Remarkable," Flitwick had said. "The control, Mr. Starkpotter, can you do that again, but just the feather?" "Yes, Professor," Harry had said, and done it, and then done it for 3 others in a row at Flitwick's request, varying the height and speed with the precision of someone who'd spent 3 years learning to calibrate an amplifier. He was good at astronomy, which he found peaceful, the night sky from the tower was genuine, not charmed, and Jarvis could map it in real time through the glasses and cross-reference it against the magical star charts they were using, so Harry could see both simultaneously, the scientific and the magical overlay, and find the places where they agreed and the places where they didn't. He was average at herbology, which he didn't mind. He found plants genuinely interesting, but his hands were less precise in the soil than at a workbench, and Professor Sprout had the quality of someone who noticed when students were trying and valued the trying over the result. He was hopeless at flying, which was a problem, because Harry Starkpotter was not accustomed to being hopeless at things. The first flying lesson was cold and grey and conducted by Madame Hooch on the Quidditch pitch, a broad-shouldered woman with short silver hair and yellow hawk eyes who moved like someone who spent most of her time in the air and found the ground a temporary inconvenience. She walked the class through the basics, up, extending the hand over the broom, speaking with the authority of intention. Harry's broom jumped to his hand immediately, which was the easy part. Then he got on it. He was not afraid of heights. He'd been in an Iron Man suit at 30,000 feet with Tony and had found it intellectually interesting. He was not afraid of speed. He was not afraid of the broom specifically, which was a solid piece of work. He'd analyzed it on the walk out, a Nimbus school broom, reasonably well maintained, the enchantments running at about 80% efficiency. What he was bad at was this specific interface. The broom was not a suit. It had no feedback system, no stabilization array, no Jarvis reading wind shear and adjusting his trajectory. It was a wooden handle and a bundle of twigs and a set of enchantments that responded to weight shift and intention in ways that he had to learn entirely from the inside, from his body rather than his mind, and Harry's body and his mind were close but not always speaking the same language on short notice. He got 3 feet off the ground and drifted immediately to the left. "Balance," Madame Hooch said, moving past him. "It's not like riding a bike, Mr. Starkpotter. It's more like, have you ever been in a helicopter?" "I've flown one," Harry said. "Then think about collective pitch. Weight is a control input, not a problem." Harry did. It helped. He made it to 15 feet and got the hover stable, and then Neville's broom surged forward without warning. Later Neville would say he'd accidentally thought too hard about moving, and carried Neville across the pitch in a panicked arc before bucking him off. Harry was already moving when Neville fell, the broom responding to the sharp spike of intention behind it. He crossed 30 feet in something under a second, not as fast as he wanted. The broom's response lag was annoying, and caught Neville's wrist at about 8 feet with one hand. Neville swung and then stabilized, looking up at Harry with an expression of complete dazed shock. "Got you," Harry said. He lowered them both to the ground. Neville landed and sat down heavily on the grass with his toad in his pocket and his breath in short bursts. Madame Hooch came running. She checked Neville, shaken, a twisted wrist, nothing broken, and then looked at Harry, who was still on the broom, hovering at 4 feet. "That was," she started. "Sorry," Harry said. "I know you hadn't dismissed us yet." "Don't apologize," Madame Hooch said. She was looking at him with the hawk eyes working at full intensity. "How fast were you moving?" Faster than I should have been, given my control level, Harry said honestly. The broom's response lag means I overshot the intention. I need to compensate for that. Madame Hooch looked at him for another 3 seconds. Then she said, come back on Saturday morning. 6 a.m. The pitch will be empty. Harry looked at her. For lessons. For lessons, she confirmed. You're not a bad flyer. You're an engineer who hasn't learned the interface yet. Those are different problems with different solutions. She paused. And no one has told the Quidditch captain about you yet. I'd like you to have the basics before Oliver Wood descends on you like an organized avalanche. Is he that bad? Harry said. He once gave a 2-hour tactical briefing to a group of second years, Madame Hooch said. About a practice match. Harry landed the broom. Saturday at 6, he said. Saturday at 6, she confirmed. The troll happened on Halloween, which was the kind of scheduling that suggested either very bad luck or a very specific plan, and Harry had stopped believing in very bad luck around age 6 when Jarvis had started tracking probability variance. They found out about the troll the way everyone else did, Quirrell bursting into the Great Hall during the Halloween feast, pale and stammering about a troll in the dungeons, and then fainting elegantly at the staff table. Dumbledore stood and sent students to their dormitories with the organized calm of someone who'd run this kind of evacuation before. Prefects gathered clusters of students and moved them out of the hall in directed streams. Harry stayed in his seat. Ron stayed because he was watching Harry. Hermione appeared at Harry's shoulder from the Gryffindor table because she'd been told at the start of term that Peeves sometimes locked students in bathroom corridors and she'd spent the last month identifying alternate routes, and the route she'd memorized went past the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, and she'd just remembered she hadn't seen, there's a student unaccounted for, Harry said. Hermione blinked. How do you, Jarvis has been tracking the population movement since the hall cleared. One first-year Gryffindor isn't in the corridor stream. He looked at Ron. You've been on this floor longer than I have. Where would someone go if they were upset and wanted to be alone? 2nd floor bathroom, Ron said immediately. Moaning Myrtles. Nobody goes in there because Myrtles, he stopped. Wait, how does your, later, Harry said. He was already moving. They found the bathroom by the smell, which was less Moaning Myrtle and more 12 feet of mountain troll, green-gray, enormous, the kind of animal mass that made the hallway feel half its size. It had clearly found the bathroom by accident, knocked the door in with its club, and was now engaged in the purposeful destruction of every fixture it could reach, which was all of them. There was a girl pressed against the far wall in the space under the sinks, small and terrified, with her hands over her head and her eyes shut. Harry had never met her before. He stepped into the bathroom. The troll registered him immediately, the small warm thing with the blue-white glow now visible at his wrist, because the wand had come to his palm without him consciously pulling it. Harry, Hermione started, from the doorway. The troll swung. The club was the size of a young tree. Harry moved, not dramatically, not athletically, just one efficient step to the right, and the club hit the sink behind him with a sound like a car crash and shattered it. Water sprayed. Ceramic shards scattered. Harry leveled the wand. He wasn't angry. He wasn't scared. He was thinking about the troll in the same way he thought about a mechanical problem, as a system with inputs and outputs, forces and counterforces, structural vulnerabilities and operational centers. A troll's eyes are small. Its skull is exceptionally dense. Its joints, however, the knees, specifically, are not structurally different from any other large mammals, and a large mammal cannot function if its structural integrity at a weight-bearing joint is compromised. He cast. The spell he used was Reducto, which he'd read about and which the textbook described as a blasting hex appropriate for solid objects. Through the Arc Reactor wand, at a 29-to-1 amplification factor, what hit the troll's left knee was not a blasting hex. It was a directed concussive field that applied roughly 30 times the intended force in a perfectly concentrated point. The troll's left knee did not hold. The troll went down like a building whose foundation had been removed, not falling so much as descending, tons of confused flesh folding toward the floor, and Harry stepped aside to let it go, watching the trajectory to make sure it wasn't going toward the girl under the sinks. It missed her by 8 feet. The floor cracked where it landed. The remaining fixtures rattled. A pipe in the ceiling burst from the vibration and began adding to the existing water situation. The bathroom was suddenly very quiet except for running water and the troll's slow, confused breathing. Harry looked at the girl under the sinks. She was staring at him with wide eyes and a very still face. "You're all right," he said. "What's your name?" It took her a moment. "Parvati," she said. "Parvati Patil." "Parvati. Can you stand?" She could. She did, carefully, checking herself over with the automatic inventory of someone who'd been very frightened and was assessing damage. Nothing broken. She looked at the troll. At Harry. At the troll again. "It's not dead," Harry said. "Its knee is broken. It'll recover, but it won't be moving anywhere for a while." He turned to look at Hermione and Ron in the doorway. Ron was staring at the troll with his mouth open. Hermione was staring at Harry with an expression he couldn't immediately classify. "Are you all right?" he asked them both. Ron closed his mouth. Nodded. "You," Hermione said. She stopped. Started again. "You hit it with Reducto." "We haven't covered Reducto. It's not until 3rd year and it's not supposed to." She looked at the troll's knee. "What did your wand do?" "Amplified it," Harry said. "By how much?" "About 29 times the standard output." Hermione looked at the wand. At the blue-white glow that had returned to it now that the immediate need had passed. At Harry. 30 times, she said. "You were walking around with 30 times normal spell power this whole time." 29, Harry said. She stopped, ran what appeared to be a rapid internal calculation, and said, "That's insane." "It's calibrated," Harry said. "Insane, Harry." "A matter of perspective," Harry said. The door at the end of the corridor burst open and McGonagall arrived, followed by Quirrell and Snape. They stopped in the bathroom doorway taking in the scene, the troll on the floor, the shattered sinks, the burst pipe, the 3 first-year students standing in the water, the unconscious troll between them. McGonagall looked at Harry. At the wand in his hand. At the troll. "Mr. Stark Potter," she said, with extraordinary control. "Explain." "Troll. Parvati Patil was in the bathroom. We came to get her out." He looked at Quirrell. "The troll is down. Non-lethal. Left knee is broken, so it won't move far. You'll want to call someone to relocate it." Quirrell's eyes were doing something Harry noticed and filed. They moved to the troll, and then to Harry's wand, and the emotion in them was, layered. Fear, yes. But underneath the fear, a different quality. Something that was not quite as afraid of Harry as it was watching Harry to see how much he knew. "The troll," Snape said, in a voice with no inflection, "doesn't have a broken knee. It has a knee that appears to have been hit by something considerably larger than a first-year wand." "Mine's not a standard wand," Harry said. Snape looked at him. At the wand. He said nothing, which was more communicative than anything he could have said. McGonagall took 10 points from Gryffindor for being out of the dormitory corridors during an emergency. Then she gave Harry 15 for the elimination of the troll and 10 to both Ron and Hermione for presence of mind. She delivered both rulings in the same tone, which suggested she was operating according to a principle that transcended the specific irritation of the situation. "Go to bed," she told them. "All 3 of you." They went. In the corridor, walking back toward Gryffindor Tower with their shoes wet and the Halloween feast still digesting, Hermione walked next to Harry for 30 steps in silence before she said, "The wand. Tony Stark built it." "We built it together," Harry said. "How long did it take?" About 4 years total. 14 months on the final version. Hermione processed this. And you've been testing it for 3 years. Yes. She was quiet for another stretch of corridor. You've been walking around for 3 years with what is functionally the most powerful magical instrument in existence and you've said nothing about it. I haven't been hiding it, Harry said. Ollivander knows. McGonagall just clocked it. Snape definitely knows, he'll have analyzed the spell residue from the troll's knee within an hour, I'd expect. But you haven't told anyone. Nobody asked, Harry said. Hermione seemed to find this profoundly unsatisfying. Ron, on Harry's other side, had been listening to this exchange with the comfortable silence of someone who'd made peace with the fact that both of the people he was now walking through a castle with at midnight were significantly more intense than he'd expected his friendships to be. It was well impressive though, Ron said. The knee thing. The troll went down like it just went down. That's the amplification, Harry said. 29 times, Ron said. Approximately. Ron walked in silence for a moment. Can I ask something weird? Yes, Harry said. What would happen if you did that to a person? Harry thought about it seriously, because Ron had asked seriously. I don't, he said. I won't, unless there's no other option. The wand can scale, it's not always running at maximum. But the maximum is, I don't entirely know what the maximum is yet. You don't know? Hermione said. We've tested up to a certain threshold. Beyond that the model stops being reliable. He looked at her. It's like asking someone how fast their car will go if you take the limiter off. You know it goes faster. You don't know exactly what happens if you push it all the way without data. Hermione looked at him for a long moment as they rounded the last corner before the fat lady's portrait. I want to run tests, she said. Properly. With measurement standards. I know, Harry said. Will you let me? Harry looked at her. She looked back, earnest, organized, the specific hunger of someone who wanted to understand something completely and would not rest until she did. He recognized it absolutely. Yes, he said. But on a schedule. I have other work. What other work? I'm looking into my parents' deaths, Harry said. The portrait hole opened. The common room was warm and firelit and empty at this hour. They climbed through and Hermione stood in the middle of the room and looked at him with the updated assessment that had been building in her expression since the bathroom. You've been doing that since you got here, she said. It wasn't a question. Since before I got here, Harry said. She was quiet. Then, I can help with that too. Harry looked at her. She met the look with her chin slightly up, not challenging but committed, the specific posture of someone who decided and was now simply waiting for the world to catch up. Okay, Harry said. Ron dropped onto the nearest couch with the deep satisfaction of someone who'd had a very long evening and was now very glad to be sitting. Brilliant, he said. 3 of us looking into things Dumbledore definitely doesn't want looked into, with a wand that no one knows the upper limit of, in a school full of enchantments and secrets. He looked at the fire. Dad's going to love this story. Don't write home about the wand, Harry said. Obviously, Ron said, with the dignity of someone who had 5 older brothers and understood operational security. I'll leave out some details. I'm good at that. It's a Weasley family skill. Harry sat in the chair by the fire and felt the warmth of it, and the warmth of the wand at his wrist, and the odd, specific warmth of 2 people sitting in the same room as him, not because of his name but because of him, actually. Because of who he was when the name wasn't the point. He thought about Tony in Malibu, doing whatever Tony did when he didn't have Harry to redirect him, probably redesigning something that didn't need redesigning. He thought about Quirrell's eyes in the bathroom. The layered fear. The watching quality underneath it. He looked at the fire. There was something living in this castle that wasn't supposed to be here, running a game he didn't fully have the shape of yet. He intended to have the shape of it very soon. Chapter 4, fault lines. November arrived the way winters did in Scotland, not gradually but decisively, as if the weather had made up its mind and wasn't interested in a second opinion. The castle adjusted to it with the ease of something that had seen 1,000 Novembers and found all of them manageable. The fires in the common rooms burned higher. The lake went the color of pewter. The staircases occasionally changed direction without warning in the mornings, which Harry suspected had something to do with the temperature differential between the castle's outer walls and its interior stone, and which Jarvis was tracking as a navigational variable. Harry had established a routine. This was not instinctive for him. Tony's household had operated on enthusiasm rather than schedule, the workshop at 2 in the morning when something was interesting, sleep when the interesting thing was finished, meals when Jarvis reminded them that biological function required input. Hogwarts operated on bells, and Harry had discovered, somewhat to his own surprise, that he liked bells. They gave the day a structure he could work inside, and what he did inside that structure was entirely his own. He was up before 6 most mornings. Not because he had to be, because the castle at 5:30 was a different place from the castle at 8, quieter and more itself, the enchantments doing their maintenance work in the empty corridors while the portraits slept and the ghosts made their rounds. Harry walked these early mornings the way he'd walked the Malibu waterfront as a child, collecting information, mapping the texture of a place through repetition. He'd found 3 passages in the first month that weren't on the internal map Jarvis had assembled from the school's published floor plans. One behind the mirror on the 4th floor. One through a trick step on the back staircase near the Charms corridor. One, the interesting one, behind a tapestry on the 3rd floor right corridor, which was also the corridor Dumbledore had specifically told the entire school not to enter, which Harry had visited twice purely on general principle and which led, according to Jarvis's sensor mapping through the floor, to a significant subterranean chamber approximately 40 feet below ground level. He hadn't gone down yet. He was being patient, which cost him something, but the information he was gathering was worth the patience. The Quidditch match was scheduled for the 12th of November, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, the first match of the season. Oliver would have been running the Gryffindor team at a pace that Harry found genuinely impressive in its organizational thoroughness. He'd been named Seeker 3 days after Madame Hooch's early morning sessions, which had worked the way Madame Hooch had said they would, treating it as an interface problem rather than an athletic one had let Harry acquire the fundamentals in a week that most people took a term to find, and by the 3rd session he was flying at a level that Madame Hooch described as, technically very sound, and Madame Hooch's Hawkeyes described as, something I want Oliver to see immediately. Oliver had seen it. Oliver had made a sound that was not quite a word and had immediately started rescheduling practice sessions. The broom Harry used for practice was a school nimbus. The broom Harry used for the match was not. He'd sent the specifications to Tony in October, measurements, weight requirements, the flight characteristic profile he developed over 6 weeks of flying, the specific control response he was looking for, and received, 12 days later, a broom case from an owl that had clearly found the journey from California to Scotland personally objectionable. The broom inside didn't have a manufacturer's name on it. It had Stark engraved very quietly into the handle end, and it performed to the specifications Harry had sent with enough additional modification. Tony had improved several things without being asked, because of course he had, that the first time Harry took it to altitude on the practice pitch at 6 in the morning he had to recalibrate everything he'd learned. It took 40 minutes. The broom was extraordinary. He'd written Tony, the response lag is gone. Also you moved the balance point. Tony had written back, the factory position was wrong. You were compensating. Stop compensating, start flying. Harry had thought about this for a day and then written, you're right. Tony had written back, put that in writing. I want Jarvis to archive it. Jarvis, through the glasses, had noted that he'd already archived it. The morning of the match, Harry came down to breakfast to find the Gryffindor table in a state of collective anxiety that expressed itself as loudness. Fred and George Weasley were demonstrating something with their toast. Ron was eating with the focused energy of someone converting nervousness into caloric intake. Hermione had her standard book of spells, grade 1 open next to her plate, which meant she wasn't reading it. She never actually read at meals, just held books near her food as a comfort mechanism, a habit Harry had identified in the second week and never mentioned because it would have embarrassed her and it was harmless. Harry sat and ate and felt none of the anxiety. He felt, not calm exactly, because there was an anticipatory quality to the morning that was its own kind of sharp-edged energy. But settled. He knew what he was doing. He knew his broom. He knew the pitch dimensions and the wind patterns Jarvis had been logging since October and the Slytherin Seeker's flight tendencies from the 2 practice sessions Harry had watched from the stands with his glasses reading everything they could. "You're not nervous," Ron observed, studying him. "I'm thinking," Harry said. "What about?" "The wind's coming out of the northwest this morning. It'll push left at altitude. Slytherin Seeker compensates for drift by banking early, which means I can use the drift as cover if the snitch goes to the northeast corner." Ron looked at him for a moment. "Madam Hooch asked me if you were actually human," he said. "On Tuesday. I didn't know what to tell her." "Tell her yes," Harry said. "I just think about things ahead of time." "Most people think about Quidditch as Quidditch," Ron said. "You're thinking about it like what?" "Like Dad thinks about chess problems," Ron said. He meant this as a complete observation, not a criticism. "He does the thing where he looks like he's somewhere else but actually he's like 6 moves ahead." He paused. "You do the same thing, except with everything." "Tony does it too," Harry said. "Is that where you got it?" Harry thought about it. "I think I had it already. He just gave me somewhere to put it." The pitch was full. All 4 houses in their house colors, the commentator, a third-year named Lee Jordan who had the natural gift of a man born to describe things loudly, already running through his pre-match patter above the crowd noise. The sky was gray-white and the wind was doing exactly what Jarvis had said it would. Harry stood in the tunnel with the Gryffindor team and felt the noise of the crowd as a physical thing, a pressure that the tunnel walls contained and directed, and watched Oliver would give the pre-match talk with the fervent energy of a general before a siege. "They're going to be aggressive," Oliver said. "Slytherin plays the body when the referee isn't looking, so keep your formations tight, communicate your positions, and, Oliver," Harry said. Oliver stopped. Looked at him. The team looked at him. "We're better than they are," Harry said. "Let's go." A pause. Then Fred Weasley grinned. "Simple," he said. "I like it." They walked out into the noise. The match lasted 22 minutes. Harry was in the air and had his broom calibrated within 40 seconds, 1 lap of the pitch, high, getting the altitude right, feeling the wind on the new balance point, adjusting. Below him the game resolved itself into the organized chaos of Quidditch, bludgers crossing, the quaffle moving in arcs between chasers, Katie Bell going through the center of 2 Slytherin defenders with the grim focus of someone who'd been doing this for 2 years. The snitch appeared at 14 minutes. A flash of gold near the Slytherin goalposts, 30 feet off the ground, moving in the darting non-linear way snitches moved, not fleeing exactly, because snitches didn't seem to feel fear, but operating on a logic that was its own and didn't correspond to anything predictable. The Slytherin Seeker, a 5th year, tall, fast, saw it at the same moment Harry did and banked immediately, pushing his broom into a dive. Harry didn't dive. He'd been tracking wind patterns for 6 weeks. The snitch was at 30 feet, moving northeast, and the northwest wind at that altitude would push it left, and left led it across the pitch toward the Gryffindor end at a speed that, he did the math, very quickly, in the way he'd learned to do math quickly because Tony had trained him on it, put it at approximately the 12 o'clock position of the center circle in about 9 seconds. Harry flew to the center circle. He leveled off. He hovered. He waited. The Slytherin Seeker's dive was impressive and committed and took him to the Slytherin goalposts and then, as the snitch drifted with the wind exactly as projected, away from the Slytherin goalposts, which were now behind the Seeker and increasingly irrelevant. The snitch came to Harry. He extended his right hand. It hit his palm like a landing. He closed his fingers around it and held it up, and the crowd took a moment to process what had just happened, the absence of a chase, the lack of a dive, the seeker who had simply waited in the right place and caught it, and then the Gryffindor stands erupted. Lee Jordan's commentary, audible even from the pitch, and Harry Starkpotter has caught the snitch without, I want to say without moving, I mean he moved, he flew to the center, but, ladies and gentlemen, I've been doing this for 2 years and I have never. Harry opened his hand and looked at the snitch. It beat its tiny wings in his palm, apparently unperturbed. He brought it down to the pitch. Madame Hooch was already there, looking at him with the hawk eyes at full intensity. 22 minutes, she said. The wind pattern put it in the center circle, Harry said. I just had to be there. You had to know it would go there. Yes, Harry said. That part took a while. The team landed around him in a cascade of noise and celebration. Fred and George landed on either side of him and lifted him off the ground, which was unexpected and slightly alarming, and Ron was making a sound that was technically words but had more volume than content. Across the pitch, the Slytherin seeker was standing with his broom and looking at the center circle with the expression of someone replaying a decision and finding it sound and still wrong, and Harry felt, very briefly, for him, because that was the worst kind of loss, the one you couldn't have prevented with better skill, only with different information. He'd been there. In the lab. In tests. It was not a comfortable feeling. He found the Mirror of East on a Tuesday night in December, 11 days before the Christmas holidays, while he was following a sensor anomaly Jarvis had flagged in the readings, an unusual magical signature 3 corridors from a classroom they regularly used, in a room that shouldn't have been occupied. He found it by not looking where he was going, which was how he found most things he wasn't looking for. The sensor data had drawn him down a particular corridor, and he'd been reading the data off his glasses lens while walking, and had gone through a door that he'd pushed open without looking up, and was inside the room before he'd registered it as new. The mirror stood against the far wall, taller than a man, in an ornate gold frame. It was not reflecting the room. It was showing him something. Harry looked at it. In the mirror, the room was the same. The mirror was the same. And standing in front of it was Harry, the same height, the same dark hair, the same glasses, but beside him, visible over his left shoulder, was a woman with red hair and green eyes exactly like his, laughing at something, the laugh just visible in the way her face creased. And beside her, a taller figure, dark-haired, bespectacled, slightly rumpled, with his hand on Harry's shoulder in the particular way of someone who did it without thinking. And beside Tony, half visible at the mirror's edge, the woman Harry had seen in photographs, Lily Potter Evans, Tony's hand reaching across to include her in something even as his other hand stayed on Harry. Harry stood in front of the mirror for a long time. He wasn't sad, exactly. The feeling was more complicated than sad, layered, the way Quirrell's fear was layered, something on the surface and something different underneath. He felt the shape of what was in the mirror as a fact about himself, that he wanted this, the specific arrangement of people in a room, the absent ones and the present ones in the same frame. That wanting it and having part of it was not the same as having all of it, and that the part he had was real and the rest was reflection. He didn't reach for it. He didn't stay. He memorized it, the way Lily's laugh looked, which he'd never seen in motion, only in photographs, and then he turned around and walked out of the room and went back to the dormitory. He wrote Tony that night. Not about the mirror. Just to write. He said he'd won a quidditch match, Quidditch, he corrected, a typo, left it, and that Hermione had developed a measurement protocol for the wand's output that was more rigorous than anything they'd done in Malibu, and that Ron had beaten every 4th year in the school at chess and was being entirely too modest about it, and that Scotland in December was very cold and the food at Hogwarts was significantly better than he'd expected. Tony's reply came the next morning, delivered by the same great grey owl that had brought the Hogwarts letter, which had apparently decided to make itself available as a courier on a permanent basis and which Jarvis had named Archimedes. Quidditching sounds made up. Check the turbulence resistance on your broom. November weather in Scotland isn't the same as California, the moisture content in the air will affect the enchantment resonance. Also I spoke to Hermione's parents. She's sharp. Don't tell her I said that, she'll become intolerable. Also, call me. The relay's been solid for 2 weeks. I have things to tell you. Harry called that evening from an empty classroom with the door shut and the wand lit for warmth, Jarvis routing the audio through the glasses to Tony's secure line. The broom's fine, Harry said, before Tony could ask. I checked the resonance. It's within parameters. 3% high on the lift enchantment, Tony said, which meant he'd been monitoring it remotely, which was typical. It'll be 5% by January. I'll adjust it at Christmas. Come home at Christmas, Tony said. Don't stay for the holidays because you feel like you have something to prove. I'm not staying to prove anything, Harry said. I'm staying because there's something in this castle I need to understand better before term ends. A pause on Tony's end. Tell me. Harry told him. Not everything, not the mirror, that was internal and not yet fully processed, but Quirrell. The heat signature. The layered fear and the watching quality underneath it. The energy readings Jarvis had matched to the early prototype tests. The subterranean chamber below the third-floor corridor and what Jarvis's sensor mapping suggested was in it. Tony listened without interrupting, which was how Harry knew he was taking it seriously. The chamber, Tony said finally. Jarvis thinks it's a substantial magical containment structure. Not just a room, something built specifically to house something specific. The enchantment density is very high. What's in it? I don't know yet, Harry said. I think Dumbledore does. Another pause. And Quirrell? There's a living heat signature in the back of his skull, Harry said. Something with a magical energy pattern I recognize and don't have a full category for yet. I think he's carrying someone. Someone, Tony said. Not something. Someone, Harry confirmed. He could hear Tony in the workshop, the specific background noise of it, the hum of the arc reactor, the occasional sound of metal on metal. He could picture the bench, the lighting, Jarvis's display screens casting blue light across the space. He felt the distance between them as a physical thing, and also, slightly underneath it, the complete certainty that the distance didn't change anything that mattered. I don't like it, Tony said. I'll be honest. I don't like that you're in a building with something like that walking around in a turban. I know, Harry said. If it escalates, I'll handle it, Harry said. I have the wand. I know you have the wand, Tony said. I built the wand. That's not, Harry. A shift in his voice, the specific register it moved to when he was saying something he'd been sitting on for a while. Capability and being ready to use it are different things. I know the difference, Harry said. I know you know, Tony said. I just want you to know that I know you know. That was complicated, Harry said. I'm a complicated man, Tony said. There was a brief silence, the comfortable kind. Tell me about the Geneva paper, Tony said, and they talked for an hour about the Marchbanks and Yaxley research and Jarvis's cross-reference of it with Hermione's measurement data, and by the time Harry went to bed the room felt less cold and the distance felt less like distance. Dumbledore called him in on a Thursday in mid-December. Not a formal summons, a note delivered during charms that said, in graceful looping handwriting, that Dumbledore would be pleased to see Harry at his convenience, which was how powerful people invited you to meetings that weren't actually optional. The gargoyle in front of Dumbledore's office required a password, Lemon Drop, a Gryffindor fifth year told him, rolling her eyes at the information, and opened onto a spiral staircase that led to a circular office full of softly whirring instruments that Harry's glasses catalogued as he walked in. Dumbledore was behind his desk. Fawkes, his phoenix, was on the perch beside it, and looked at Harry with intelligent amber eyes that held something Harry couldn't quantify. He catalogued it for later. Harry, Dumbledore said, with the warm smile. Please, sit. Harry sat. I hope November has treated you well, Dumbledore said. Your academic performance has been quite remarkable. Professor McGonagall speaks very highly of you, and Professor Flitwick I believe used the word extraordinary, though I suspect he applies that word generously. He applies it specifically, Harry said. He said ordinary 3 times in the same week about 2 other students. The word means something to him. Dumbledore smiled. Astute. Yes. I think you're right. He settled back in his chair with the ease of a man entirely comfortable in his own space. I wanted to check in with you. The first term is always an adjustment. And your situation is, singular. I'm adjusting well, Harry said. Good. Good. A pause, the kind with something behind it. I understand you've been exploring the castle at night. Harry looked at him directly. I've been learning the layout, he said. Curiosity is a virtue, Dumbledore said mildly. Though some areas of the castle are, best left undiscovered. The 3rd floor corridor, for instance. You mentioned that in your welcome speech, Harry said. A painful death for those who explored it. I took that to mean there was something worth protecting down there. The warmth in Dumbledore's eyes didn't change. The quality underneath it did, very slightly, in the way a lens adjusts. I meant it as a deterrent, he said. It deters people who respond to deterrence without asking why they're needed, Harry said. Silence. Fawkes ruffled his feathers softly. What is it that's in the chamber? Harry said. I know there's a chamber, the enchantment density under that corridor has a very specific signature. Whatever's in it is highly valuable and highly dangerous. Dumbledore looked at him with the blue eyes that had a quality like depth, not warmth, underneath, but something older and colder than warmth, the way deep water is cold even when the surface is warm. You are very like your mother, he said. She asked direct questions too. She expected direct answers. Did you give them to her? Harry said. A pause that was longer than it should have been. I tried to, Dumbledore said. Not always as successfully as I would have wished. What happened to her wand? Harry said. The pause was the same length as in the ministry meeting. Exactly the same length. Harry had timed it both times. I'm afraid you pause for the same duration when you don't want to answer a question about my parents, Harry said. 1.7 seconds, approximately. It's consistent. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Something moved in his expression that was not quite what Harry had been expecting, not offense, not the careful recalibration of a caught man. Something that was closer to grief than anything else Harry had seen in him, and which felt more genuine than anything else Dumbledore had shown in their 2 meetings. You are very young, Dumbledore said quietly. I know, Harry said. I'm also not going to stop asking. I know, Dumbledore said. And then, with a weight in the words that Harry took back to his dormitory and turned over for a long time, some questions have answers that aren't safe to carry at 11. I am not dismissing you. I am asking you to trust that I am keeping some things from you because I want you to be ready when you carry them, not because I don't believe you capable of it. There's a difference, Harry said, between protecting someone and making their decisions for them. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said. There is. And I have not always, he stopped. You are right. And I hope you will allow me the chance, over time, to demonstrate that I know the difference. Harry looked at him. The grief in Dumbledore's face was real. Harry was almost certain. He was also almost certain that real grief and good intentions were not, by themselves, sufficient reasons to stop watching someone very carefully. I'll come back, Harry said. When I have more questions. I hope you will, Dumbledore said. Harry left. On the spiral staircase going down, he said quietly to Jarvis, Did you get the office readings? Full catalogue, Jarvis said. The whirring instruments, 17 distinct devices. Cross-referencing now. 3 appear to be monitoring charms for a specific person. The magical signature they're monitoring matches yours, Harry. Harry stopped on the stair. He's been monitoring me, he said. Since before term started, based on the calibration on the oldest device, Jarvis said. The monitoring array was already configured for your specific magical signature when you arrived. Harry stood very still for 3 seconds. Then he went down the rest of the stairs, through the corridor, and walked, not fast, not urgently, with the same unhurried pace he always used, all the way back to the Gryffindor common room. Ron was at the chess table. Hermione was reading. The fire was going. The room smelled like old stone and warmth. Harry sat in his chair and looked at the fire for a while. What happened? Ron said, without looking up from his board. Dumbledore confirmed the monitoring devices, Harry said. Ron moved a piece. Thought as much. You thought as much, Harry said. You always look like that after things you suspected turn out to be true, Ron said. Sort of, sharp. Like you've been keeping the thought in one place and now you can move it somewhere else. Harry looked at him. Ron was still looking at his board, rearranging pieces with the unconscious fluency of someone for whom chess was a first language. Hermione had looked up. He's been monitoring you, she said. Yes. Your magical signature specifically. Yes. Since before term. Yes. She processed this. Then, that means he knows your baseline output. He knows the wand is there, he'd have to, the readings would be radically different from a standard student. And he hasn't done anything about it. No, Harry said. So he's decided to let you have it, Hermione said. He's choosing to let you be as powerful as you are, without trying to control it. Or, Harry said, he thinks he doesn't need to control it, because he has another way of controlling me. Silence. What other way? Hermione said. Harry looked at the fire. He thought about the monitoring devices. About the pause when he asked about the wands. About the grief in Dumbledore's face that had felt real. About the ministry meeting and the questions that had surprised the old man, floor plans, not monsters. He thought about the prophecy he'd found reference to in 3 different sources in the library's restricted section, accessed after hours with a diffindo on the lock and Hermione's reading list as cover. The fragments he'd pieced together. Neither can live while the other survives. He hadn't told anyone about that yet. He was still building the picture. I don't know yet, he said. But I'm going to find out. 3 days before Christmas break, the first Quidditch practice after the November match was also the one where Slytherin decided to weigh in. Harry was 130 feet up, working on a turning drill with Oliver, when he felt the broom shudder. Not mechanically, the enchantment layer, which Harry could now feel through 3 months of flying the way he could feel the wand's state without looking at it. Something was interfering with it. He looked at his hands on the handle and the broom shuddered again, hard, the way a car does on a bad road, except there was nothing here but air. Below, Oliver was shouting something. The rest of the team had stopped practice. Harry held on. The shuddering was rhythmic, not random, deliberate. Someone was doing this deliberately. The interference pattern had a frequency to it that was controlled, not chaotic. He tracked it downward with his attention the way you track a signal to its source, looking for the origin. In the stands. Someone in the stands with a wand pointed at his broom. He couldn't see who from here. He scanned the glasses. Jarvis flagged the energy signature, traced it, overlaid it on his visual field. Quirrell. Harry looked at Quirrell in the stands and felt, not fear. A sharp, cold clarity. The kind that comes when something you've been tracking confirms itself and the tracking period ends and the response period begins. He leveled himself on the broom with the deliberate calm of someone choosing his next action carefully. The wand was in his sleeve. He didn't draw it. He was 130 feet up with a jinxed broom over a stone pitch. Drawing the wand might do something dramatic and lose him control of the broom at the same time. He needed the broom to be controllable first. He thought about the interference pattern. The frequency. The direction. He tilted the broom 20 degrees, very deliberately, and flew, not down, not away, directly toward the source of the interference, which was Quirrell in the stands. Not to attack. To break the angle. The jinx required line of sight, and if he moved directly toward it the geometry became too acute to hold. The shuddering stopped. Harry leveled off at 60 feet and held there for a moment, feeling the broom smooth back to normal under him. He looked down at Quirrell in the stands. Quirrell was looking back up at him. They looked at each other for 3 seconds across 60 feet of empty air, and something passed between them that was not quite a communication but was close, an acknowledgement. Harry knew. Quirrell knew that Harry knew. And underneath Quirrell's eyes, in the space behind them, something else was looking at Harry too. Something that was not afraid and not interested but was assessing, with the cold attention of a thing that was very old and had been waiting for a very long time. Harry held the eye contact for exactly as long as he needed to establish that he wasn't going anywhere, and then turned the broom and flew a clean circle around the pitch at normal practice altitude and came in for landing as if nothing had happened. Oliver met him on the ground. "What was, broom interference," Harry said. "It's resolved." "But, I'll tell you at Christmas what it was," Harry said. "Let me think about it first." Oliver had the look of someone with many more questions and the sense to read the moment. "Okay," he said, reluctantly. Harry walked off the pitch with his broom and stopped at the gate and turned and looked back at the stands. Quirrell was gone. Jarvis, in his ear, "Harry. I logged the energy signature during the jinx. I've been running it against all the previous Quirrell readings. The pattern is consistent with what I told you before, the time-adjacent range. What I said I couldn't model." "You said the smallest model involved a crater," Harry said quietly. "That model was for uncontrolled release," Jarvis said. "What I measured just now was a very controlled, very targeted application. Whatever is riding Quirrell is extremely precise." Harry walked across the cold November pitch and felt the wand warm in its holster and thought about precision. He could do precise too. Better, he suspected. He went inside. He found Hermione in the library that evening, which was where Hermione always was between dinner and lights out, cross-referencing her measurement data from the wand tests with the school's charms theory texts, surrounded by a semicircle of books in the specific arrangement she used when she was building an argument. Harry sat down across from her. She looked up. Looked at his face. Put her book down. "Tell me," she said. He told her about the Quidditch match. About Quirrell. About the line-of-sight break and the mutual acknowledgement. Hermione listened with her complete attention, which was not a performance of attention but the real thing. She went still when she was truly listening, the restless energy she had when she was doing things coming to a focused point. "He knows you're onto him," she said. "He knew before this," Harry said. "In the bathroom, after the troll. The way he looked at me. So he's known for a month and still tried to jinx your broom." She thought about it. "That means he's decided you knowing doesn't change his plan. He thinks he can operate around you. Or he was testing something," Harry said. "Seeing how I'd respond." She thought about that too. Both could be true. Both usually are, Harry said. They sat with it for a moment, the library around them quiet and lamplit, the smell of old books and wood polish, someone 2 tables over doing herbology homework with declining enthusiasm. "What's in the chamber?" Hermione said. "I don't know the specifics yet. I know the containment structure. I know it took significant magical resources to build. I know Dumbledore moved it here this year, from Gringotts. I found a reference in the bank records." Hermione stared at him. "You found a reference in Gringotts' bank records?" "I know someone who's good at obtaining financial documentation," Harry said. "Your father. He prefers enthusiastic auditor." She pressed her lips together. Not disapproving, trying not to laugh. "Fine. The records say what, exactly?" "That something was moved from Vault 713 in July. The vault belonged to Dumbledore." Hermione pulled a book from the semicircle without looking away from him, Magical Artifacts and Their Containment, 3rd edition, and flipped to a section near the back. She pushed it across the table. Harry read. His eyes moved and stopped and went back and reread. "The Philosopher's Stone," he said. "Nicholas Flamel's," Hermione said. "It produces the elixir of life. It grants immortality." She looked at him. "If Voldemort is what's riding Quirrell, then the stone is what he's here for," Harry said. "And Dumbledore knows it, which is why the stone is here in the first place." Hermione looked at him. "He moved it here on purpose. To draw him in. Or to trap him," Harry said. "Here, where the wards are strong. Where Dumbledore is strongest." He paused. "Or he moved it here because he has a specific plan for what happens when Voldemort reaches it." "The specific plan. The prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives." He didn't say it yet. He looked at the Flamel entry in thought. "Whatever the plan is," Hermione said carefully, "you're part of it. He's been monitoring you specifically. Your magical signature. Since before term." "Yes," Harry said. "And he put the stone here. And let Quirrell in with whatever's on him. And hasn't intervened." "Yes," Harry said again. "Harry." She met his eyes. "I think he's waiting for something to happen to you." Harry looked at her. She held the look without flinching, which was, he thought, the bravest thing she'd done since the troll. "I think so too," he said. He thought about Tony on the phone. Capability and being ready to use it are different things. He was ready for multiple things. He was going to need to be. "We should understand what's in the chamber before the term ends," Harry said. "All of it. Every protection." "We?" Hermione said. "You, me, Ron." He paused. "If you want." She looked at him with the familiar expression, chin up, committed, already deciding. "Obviously," she said. She pushed 3 more books across the table. They worked until the library closed, and then they went back to the tower and the fire, and Harry sat in his chair and looked at the flames and felt the December castle settle around him, old stone and old magic and old plans laid by old men for young people who hadn't been asked. He was 11 years old and he was someone's plot device, and the gear in his chest, Tony's, the one he'd picked up in the car on Privet Drive 7 years ago, was turning, slow and heavy and absolutely certain. He was not going to be anyone's plot device. Chapter 5, Critical Mass. The Christmas holidays emptied the castle down to a skeleton, and the skeleton breathed differently. Fewer voices in the corridors. The staircases less changeable, as though they conserved their energy for a crowd. The great hall reduced to one table for the remaining students, which had a strange intimacy to it, elbows nearly touching, conversations actual rather than shouted over distance. Harry stayed. Ron stayed, which wasn't a surprise. The Weasleys were a family of 7 in a house that had probably never once felt the specific weight of too quiet, and Ron treated the emptied castle with the comfortable ownership of someone on familiar terrain. He beat Harry at chess 4 times over the first week and was entirely too gracious about it, which was more annoying than gloating would have been. Hermione went home. She left Harry a list. It was 8 pages. She'd color-coded it. "This is the most Hermione thing that has ever happened," Ron said, looking at it over Harry's shoulder. "She cross-referenced it with the Hogwarts library catalog," Harry said. "Sections 6 through 14 are books we'd need to get from the restricted section." "How did she? She's had McGonagall's signature for independent study since October," Harry said. "She filed a general restricted access request in November, citing the Flamel research. It cleared last week." Ron stared at the list. "She planned this before she left." "She planned this in October," Harry said. "She was waiting for the right time to deploy it." Ron was quiet for a moment. "I like her," he said. "She's terrifying, but I like her." Harry folded the list and put it in his jacket. "The list means she's in," Ron said. "All the way in. Whatever we're doing." I know, Harry said. Are you in? Ron said. All the way. Because last term you were gathering information. That's not the same as doing something with it. Harry looked at him. Ron met the look with the steady brown eyes he used when he was being serious, which was different from his default expression and which Harry had learned to recognize as Ron at his most precise. I'm in, Harry said. Ron nodded, and moved a bishop, and didn't make it into a thing, and Harry thought, not for the first time, that Ron Weasley was considerably more perceptive than he let on, which was its own kind of intelligence. Tony's Christmas gift arrived on the 23rd via Archimedes, who landed on the breakfast table and presented a parcel with the weary dignity of something that had crossed an ocean and expected recognition for it. The parcel was small, flat, and wrapped in what appeared to be Stark Industries technical diagram printouts because Tony thought wrapping paper was a resource allocation problem. Inside was a data chip. And a note. For the glasses. Updated sensor package. I've been working on a magical energy detection algorithm based on everything Jarvis has been logging from your end. It should give you better resolution on specific signature differentiation. The Quirrell signature in particular, I think I know what you're dealing with and I want you to have better data before you walk into anything. Also I talked to Pepper about Flammel. She found something in an archive we have access to through the R&D division. I'll have Jarvis transmit it tonight. Don't do anything without me. I mean it. If it escalates before term ends, I will come there. Your father, who is completely calm about all of this. P.S. Merry Christmas, kid. Harry read it twice. He put the note in his jacket pocket with Hermione's list. He'd been doing this, pocketing things, without quite realizing it, the accumulation of documents and notes and small evidence that a situation was real and building. He went upstairs and updated the glasses with the chip. Jarvis, at midnight on the 23rd, transmitted the Pepper Potts research file, which was substantial and precise and contained, in its third section, a reference to a 1926 document from the French Ministry of Magic recording Nicolas Flamel's testimony regarding the stone's properties, which had been misfiled in a secondary archive and had never been properly translated. Harry read the translation. Then he sat in the empty dormitory with his wand across his knees and the data from the new sensor package running through the glasses, and thought about what it meant that the stone's primary protection, beyond Dumbledore's enchantments, beyond the chambers below the third floor, was that only someone who wanted to find it, not use it, could retrieve it from the mirror of Erased. He thought about the mirror in the unused classroom. What he'd seen in it. The mirror wasn't showing him the stone. It was showing him his family. The full one, the one that had the gaps filled in. He felt that, sat with the weight of it for a moment, honest with himself the way he'd learned to be from 7 years of Tony Stark refusing to let him be anything else. Then he set it aside and thought about what Quirrell would see. Quirrell would see himself presenting the stone to Voldemort. Himself using it. That meant the mirror's protection would hold against him, unless Voldemort had a way around it. Unless there was some application of the stone's magic to the mirror that the 1926 document hadn't covered. Unless Voldemort had been inside enough minds to have developed a workaround to magic designed to read intent. The entity on Quirrell is extremely precise, Jarvis had said. Harry made 3 decisions in the quiet of the dormitory on the 23rd of December with snow on the castle windows and the wand warm in his lap. First, he was going into the chamber before term ended. Not because Voldemort was moving yet, the monitoring suggested he wasn't, not quite, but because Harry wanted to know every protection before the situation required him to move through them fast. Second, he was going to call Tony and tell him everything. Not selected information. Everything. Third, he was not going to wait to be moved. He called Tony. The call lasted 2 hours. Harry told him everything. The Quirrell readings. The mirror. The stone. The prophecy fragments, which he'd been building slowly from library sources and from the data Jarvis had pulled from the ministry records he'd accessed through the censor sweep during their London visit in September. Neither can live while the other survives. What he thought Dumbledore's plan was, had been, since before Harry was born. Tony was silent on the line for long enough that Harry checked the connection. "I'm here," Tony said. "Okay," Harry said. "He planned it," Tony said. "From the beginning. Your parents died, you survived, the prophecy said one of you has to kill the other, and he's been keeping you alive and uninformed so that when the time comes he can use you." "That's what I think," Harry said. "How sure are you?" "Not completely. But the monitoring devices in his office are configured for my signature. He's been watching my magical development since before I came to Hogwarts. He knows about the wand, the readings would make it obvious, and he hasn't intervened. He's letting me be powerful, but on a timeline he controls. Because the prophecy requires you to be the one to do it," Tony said. "Not an army, not him. You." "Yes. So he needs you powerful enough to succeed and uninformed enough to not see yourself as a piece on his board until it's too late to choose differently." "Yes," Harry said. The silence on Tony's end was different this time. Harry recognized it, the workshop silence, the one that meant Tony was building something in his head, moving components around, finding the load-bearing structure. "I'm coming to Britain in January," Tony said. "You don't need to, I'm not asking," Tony said. "I'm not going to sit in Malibu while," he stopped. Started again, with the specific control Harry had seen him use in meetings when he'd made a decision and was choosing the delivery. "I'll stay out of Hogwarts. I'm not going to walk into the school and create a scene. But I want to be in the country. I want to be available." Harry knew better than to argue with Tony when he used that voice. "Okay," he said. "And Harry, yes." "The mirror," Tony said. "What you saw." Harry said nothing. "I know you didn't tell me everything," Tony said, quietly. "I know you. The mirror showed you something you didn't put in the report." "It showed me my parents," Harry said. "My biological parents. And you. All of us together." The silence on Tony's end had a quality Harry couldn't describe, very still, and full of something. "That's what you want," Tony said. "Yes," Harry said. "It's what the mirror shows. What you want most." "Yeah," Tony said. He paused. "I want that too, for what it's worth. I want you to have the whole picture. All of it. I don't think that's something you're ever getting at full resolution, and I think that's something you're going to carry." Another pause. "But I want you to know that the piece you do have is real. What we built. It's not a substitute for the rest of it. It's its own thing." "I know," Harry said. "You sure?" "I know, Dad," Harry said. The line was quiet for a moment. "Go to sleep," Tony said. "It's midnight." "It's 11:43, Harry said. "Same spirit," Tony said. Term resumed in January and Hermione came back from London with 4 books that hadn't been on her own list and an expression of organized purpose that meant she'd been thinking the whole holiday. Harry gave her the Pepper Potts research file in the library the first Tuesday back. She read it in 40 minutes, he timed her, because he was curious, and looked up with the specific expression of someone whose model has just been updated in several directions simultaneously. "The mirror," she said. "Yes. It's the last protection." "Yes. She absorbed this. And it works because you can't get the stone unless your intent is pure, you want to find it, not use it." She looked at him. "What do you want to do with it?" "Nothing," Harry said. "I want Voldemort not to have it. That's different from wanting it myself." "Is that pure intent?" she said. Not challenging, genuinely asking, working the logic. Harry thought about it honestly. "I don't know," he said. "The 1926 document doesn't specify how the mirror distinguishes. It might be based on the emotional content of the vision rather than the logical breakdown of intent. In which case what matters is what the mirror shows you," Hermione said. "And the mirror shows you your family. Not the stone." Right, Harry said. Which means you'll be able to get it, she said quietly. Possibly, Harry said. I haven't tested it. I'm not going to run a controlled trial on the most powerful magical artifact in existence in a school corridor. Obviously, Hermione said. When are we going down? February, Harry said. I want the full sensor map of every protection first. I know the structure from Jarvis's readings, but I want direct data before I know what I'm going in with. What are the protections? Ron said. He'd arrived at the library table with a sandwich, which the library technically didn't allow, and which Madame Pants had decided not to address because Ron Weasley's expression while eating was so comprehensively benign that challenging him felt unnecessary. Harry pulled out a sheet from his jacket. 7 that Jarvis has identified from the sensor mapping. Devil's Snare. A flying key chamber. A life-size chess set. A troll, probably already dealt with. There was a residual signature consistent with the one we met at Halloween. A logic puzzle with potions. A mountain troll replica and fire enchantment. And the mirror. Ron looked at the list. He looked at the chess set entry. Harry watched him look at it. Ron, Harry said. I'm fine, Ron said. It'll be a full set, Harry said. Probably enchanted to play at the highest possible level. The pieces they'll be real pieces. Full contact. I know what a life-size chess set means, Ron said. He ate the sandwich. He looked at the list again. He was quiet for a moment in the way he was quiet when he was deciding something seriously. I'll need to look at it first. Before the actual run. Can your glasses map the starting configuration? Yes, Harry said. Then I'll need to think about it overnight, Ron said. Once I've seen the board. I can't plan without seeing the board. That's fine, Harry said. Ron nodded and kept eating. He didn't say anything more about it and Harry didn't push it, because Ron was the kind of person who committed completely once he'd decided and didn't need the decision narrated back to him. February passed faster than Harry expected. The sensor mapping took 3 sessions, each one after midnight, through the trapdoor, Jarvis running the glasses at full array, building the chamber-by-chamber picture that Harry had sketched from distance over the autumn. By the end of the month he had everything he needed. Everything except timing. The timing came to him in March, the way conclusions come when you've been tracking something long enough, not as a decision but as a recognition of what the data had been pointing toward all along. Quirrell had been in the restricted section. Jarvis had caught the signature at 2 in the morning, and cross-referenced it with the navigation logs of the Hogwarts Library catalog. Quirrell had been looking at the same Flamel sources they'd been using, but specifically the ones about the mirror's operation. Not the ones Harry had read. The ones that came before, that Harry had already worked past. Voldemort had been operating on old information. He thought the mirror still had the stone. He didn't know about the 1926 document. Which meant he was going to move soon, before he updated his intelligence. Which meant Harry had, at most, days. He went to Ron and Hermione at dinner the same evening Jarvis flagged it. Tonight, he said. Ron put down his fork. Hermione closed her book. Tonight, she said. The reading traffic in the restricted section suggests Quirrell's preparing to move. If we wait for him to go in first, we're chasing. I want to be in front of him. Harry looked at them both. You don't have to come. Don't say that again, Ron said. I mean it, and I mean don't say it again, Ron said. Obviously we're coming. Stop being noble, it wastes time. Hermione's expression said the same thing with fewer words. Okay, Harry said. The chess set, Ron, your analysis. Ron had been carrying his planned line in his head since February. He pulled it out without hesitation. 8 moves, sacrifice strategy. He'd identified a structural weakness in the enchantment's opening principle. The enchanted set will play defensively. It's designed to be a deterrent, not a game. Which means it'll prioritize blocking over advancing. 8 moves with me controlling the center and it'll have boxed itself. But I have to play as a piece. He paused. I'll be a knight. I can take the fall safely from a horse at game speed better than anything slower. You're not taking a fall, Harry said. I'm a chess piece in a magic chess game, Harry. Someone's taking a fall. I want it to be me on a horse because I know horses. He looked levelly at Harry. Let me do my part. Harry held the look for a moment. Okay, he said. They went at midnight. The trapdoor was where Jarvis had mapped it. The three-headed dog behind it, Jarvis had been tracking its sleep schedule for 2 months, which had required some creative sensor interpretation, was asleep, which Harry had ensured with a very gentle application of a modified somnus charm cast through the door 30 minutes prior. Not cruel. The dog was sleeping the deep, comfortable sleep of an animal that had been awake for 19 hours. The drop through the trapdoor was 12 feet into the devil's snare. Don't panic, Harry said, as they fell. Hermione didn't panic. Ron, to his credit, panicked for approximately 2 seconds and then stopped, which was faster than most people managed. Harry let the plant take him for a moment, felt its nature, the way it tightened in response to resistance, and then cast a very clean lumos through the wand. What came from the tip wasn't a light. It was light in the way that the sun is light, complete, totaling, the white gold that Harry's wand produced when he meant it. The snare let go so fast it was more like flinching than releasing. 3 humans dropped to the ground below and the plant retreated fully to the walls, where it stayed. Hermione looked at the retreated plant. You didn't even say the incantation properly. I said the first syllable, Harry said. It was sufficient. It's sufficient because your output at syllable 1 is more than most wizards produce at full cast, she said, and there was a scientist's appreciation in it alongside something else, a continuing recalibration, Hermione's model of Harry updating with each new data point, always just slightly behind the actual Harry and working hard to close the gap. The flying key chamber was next, a room full of winged keys and 3 broomsticks. Hermione and Ron took 2 of the brooms. Harry looked at the chamber. Jarvis, the key configuration from the sensor map, do you have it updated? Yes. The correct key has a distinctive bend in the right wing from the original enchantment casting. It's in the upper northeast quadrant of the room. Harry looked at the upper northeast quadrant. The wand came up. A focused accio through the Arc Reactor wand didn't summon the key so much as relocate it came from across the room to Harry's hand at a speed that made several other keys scatter in its wake. Hermione and Ron, on their brooms in mid-air, looked at each other. We barely got on the brooms, Ron said. Sorry, Harry said. I should have, no, Hermione said. That was efficient. I'm just adjusting expectations. They pushed the key into the lock and the door opened. The chess set was exactly what Harry had mapped. Enormous, stone-carved, beautiful in the way that pure function is beautiful, each piece twice the height of a person, the board spanning 30 feet across. The pieces on the far side moved when they entered, orienting, ready. Ron looked at the board. He was quiet for 60 seconds. Harry waited. Hermione waited. The stone pieces waited with the particular patience of enchanted objects that had done this before and would do it again. Right, Ron said. He picked up a pawn from the near side and put it on a square. The queen's going to come out fast. She always does when the enchantment is defense-oriented. She'll try to consolidate the center. He moved to the knight's square. Harry, bishop on the far left. Hermione, rook, second from right. He looked at the board. When I tell you to move, move to where I say. Don't think about it. Just move. Don't think about it, Hermione repeated, with difficulty. Chess intuition is faster than chess analysis in a live game, Ron said, with absolute certainty. I've been analyzing this board for a month. Right now I need you to trust the month. Hermione looked at Harry. Trust the month, Harry said. They moved. The enchanted set moved in response, and Ron was right. The queen came out fast, aggressive, dominant, exactly as he predicted, and Ron moved his pieces against it with a fluency that Harry watched with the specific admiration he had for excellence in its own domain. This wasn't the chess Ron played in the common room, beating fourth years with 2/3 of his attention. This was Ron playing with everything, the whole of a mind that thought in 3 dimensions and 7 moves ahead, and it was remarkable. 8 moves. At the 8th, the queen had 3 options and they were all blocked. The queen took the knight. Ron's piece, Ron, went sideways off the horse at game speed, hit the stone floor at the edge of the board, and went still. Harry was at his side in a second. He pressed 2 fingers to Ron's neck, pulse present, strong. He ran a quick medical scan through the glasses. Concussion. Bruised ribs. Nothing structural. Ron. I'm fine, Ron said, without opening his eyes. Checkmate. Did I get checkmate? Yes, Harry said. Good. He opened his eyes. Go. Both of you. I'll be fine here. I'll shout if any of the pieces try to, I'll be fine. Harry looked at him. Ron met the look with the direct, specific steadiness that was Ron being his most himself. Don't come back for me until it's done, Ron said. That's not me being heroic. That's me telling you that if you come back before it's done, whatever I did with the chess set will have been pointless. Okay, Harry said. Go. They went. The logic puzzle room had blue fire across the entry and purple fire across the exit, and 7 bottles on a table, and a rolled-up note with a riddle on it. Hermione unrolled the note and read it with the expression of someone identifying a structural problem in under a minute. She picked up the smallest bottle on the left. This one for forward. This one, she picked up the rounded bottle third from right. This one to go back. Harry looked at the bottles. Checked the riddle. Checked her answer. Correct, he said. Obviously, she said, without rancor. She looked at the purple fire, the way forward, and at the blue fire, and then at Harry with an expression that had something in it she was choosing carefully. I should go back, she said. To Ron. Yes, Harry said. Not because I know, Harry said. Because Ron needs someone and the next part doesn't require 2 people. It requires me. She looked at him. The reorganization in her expression was complex. She wanted to argue on principle, and she'd decided not to, and the decision had cost her something, and she'd made it anyway. Your wand, she said. The stone. If he tries to use it against you, he won't get near it, Harry said. I know, she said. I know he won't. She stopped. Come back. That's all. That's a low-complexity request, Harry said. I can manage that. She handed him the smallest bottle, pressed his arm once with the quick grip of someone communicating at speed, and went back through the blue fire. Harry drank the bottle, stepped through the purple fire, and walked into the last room. The mirror was there. Quirrell was there. And something else, a quality to the air in the room, a density, like a pressure system moving in, that Harry had felt once before. At 60 feet above a Quidditch pitch in November, looking down through the cold air at a set of eyes that were not only Quirrell's. Quirrell turned when Harry entered. He wasn't stuttering now. The nervousness was gone, that particular coat checked at the door, some pretense concluded. I wondered when you'd come, Quirrell said. You've been mapping the chambers all year. Since October, Harry confirmed. He looked at the mirror. The stone wasn't visible in the reflection, or rather, Quirrell's reflection showed him with the stone, presenting it to a dark figure, which meant the mirror had already told Quirrell what the protection was and he hadn't been able to get past it. Quirrell's eyes moved to Harry's wand holster. That's not a standard wand, he said. No, Harry said. He told me about you, Quirrell said. The he had a specific weight. He said you were going to be a problem. What kind of problem? An unpredictable one. Quirrell tilted his head. Most threats are predictable. You work out what they want and you route around them. But you, he paused. He says you don't want power for yourself. He's not used to that. What does he think I want? He doesn't know, Quirrell said. That's why he's been watching you. Harry felt this land in a new configuration, not Dumbledore watching him. Not only Dumbledore. Voldemort, through Quirrell, monitoring the monitoring. A room of mirrors. He looked at the mirror. At his reflection, himself, dark hair and green eyes and the faint glow of the wand at his wrist. In the reflection he was holding something, he realized. In his reflected hand, he was holding something small. The stone. He felt it in his actual hand a moment later. The mirror's magic was very clean. The stone sat in his palm, warm and red, the size of a large walnut. He closed his fingers around it. Quirrell saw the movement. His expression shifted. Give it to me, he said. No, Harry said. The spell Quirrell cast was fast and well targeted, a binding charm with real force behind it, not student strength magic. It hit the one shield Harry raised and flattened against it, the shield absorbing the impact and dispersing it as heat, warming the air in the room by approximately 2 degrees. Harry stepped forward. Quirrell cast again, 3 in rapid sequence, serious spells, the kind that were designed to incapacitate rather than wound, and Harry moved through them with the focused efficiency of someone who'd been training for 3 years with Tony Stark, which meant an environment where the parameter was solve the problem rather than survive the drill. He deflected the first, stepped through the angle of the second so it passed, took the force of the third on a full shield and redirected it into the floor. The floor cracked. Stop, said a voice. It wasn't Quirrell's voice. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a voice that was barely a voice, more like the idea of a voice, reconstructed from something that had once been whole and was now distributed across a very thin medium. Quirrell unwound his turban. Harry looked at the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's face, diminished, pale, barely substantial, like a face pressed into paper-thin material, looked back at him. The eyes were red and had the quality of old intelligence, immense intelligence, patient intelligence. The eyes that had been watching through Quirrell's eyes on the Quidditch pitch and had assessed, then, and were assessing now. You have the stone, Voldemort said. Give it to me and I will let you live. I don't think you will, Harry said. I think I will, Voldemort said. I have no reason to kill you unnecessarily. I'm not. The face on the back of Quirrell's head shifted, and something that might have been expression moved through it. I'm not the monster they've made me. I want to survive. The stone achieves survival. You have the stone. We can come to terms. The terms would last until you had a body and the stone, Harry said. Then the terms would stop. Possibly, Voldemort said. But you'd have more time. Time is not nothing. I'm 11, Harry said. I have quite a lot of time. He looked at Voldemort, at the pale, diminished face on the back of a man who'd been reduced to a host, and thought about the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. He thought about Dumbledore's plan, which required Harry not to know, not to choose, not to be himself in this moment. He thought about what it meant to refuse to be a piece on someone's board. I want to understand something, Harry said. Not a negotiation. I want you to explain something to me. Voldemort's red eyes were attentive. Calculating. Ask, he said. You made Horcruxes, Harry said. Not just one. I found the theoretical basis in the restricted section in October. Multiple. The soul divided enough times to survive almost any individual death. He looked at Voldemort's face. That's not a survival strategy. That's a refusal to accept what you are. It's an engineering problem solved wrong. You tried to solve death by breaking the machine. Something moved in Voldemort's eyes. You're young, he said. You've been told, Harry said. What I'm not is wrong. The Horcruxes are a catastrophic design. Each division weakens the fundamental. I don't think you're stronger for having done it. I think you're less. You can't know. I know energy, Harry said. I know what a system looks like when it's been compromised by its own modifications. You're running at a fraction of what you were. And every piece you split off is a piece that can be found and destroyed. He held the stone. Which means the stone doesn't actually solve your problem. Even with immortality, with a full body, with everything restored, you've still got pieces of yourself distributed across objects. You're not whole. You can't be, with the Horcruxes in existence. Voldemort was silent. Was there a question in that? He said, finally. Yes, Harry said. Was it worth it? The power you got, the fear, the followers, the years of building something, was it worth becoming something that has to ride other people's heads to survive? The silence in the room was complete. Give me the stone, Voldemort said, and the temperature in his voice was different now, the negotiating quality gone, something colder underneath it. No, Harry said. Quirrell moved. Fast, hands reaching for Harry's throat, but Harry had been tracking Quirrell's body language, not just Voldemort's face, and he was already adjusting when the hands came up. He caught Quirrell's wrist. The skin contact was immediate and total, like completing a circuit. He hadn't known what would happen. He had the theory, his mother's protection, the sacrificial magic, the specific property of love as armor that the 1926 document mentioned in passing and that the restricted section books described from 3 different angles. He'd thought about it. He hadn't known if it would work. It worked. The light that came from the contact was not the wand. It was Harry. The wand amplified it, 29-1, the gold flooding the room the way light flooded the workshop in Malibu at full arc reactor output, but the source was not the wand. The source was Harry's skin, his hands, the magic that lived in his bones and had been there since before he had language for it, his mother's love encoded in his cells like the most impossible piece of engineering he'd ever encountered. Quirrell screamed. The body that was hosting Voldemort could not maintain itself under direct contact with something that was fundamentally inimical to everything Voldemort had become, broken, divided, love-stripped, fear-run. The flesh cracked. Not dramatically, not bloodily, like ice under pressure, structural failure from the inside out. Harry held on. Not in cruelty. In purpose. You don't have to do this, Voldemort said, through Quirrell's failing voice. I know, Harry said. I will come back. I have come back before. There is always a way back, I know, Harry said. But not today. And not through this person. He pressed his hands together and thought about what he wanted. Not the stone. Not victory. Not Dumbledore's plan, or Voldemort's end in the specific way the prophecy had mapped it. He thought about his parents' wands, which were still somewhere, unaccounted for. He thought about the monitoring devices in Dumbledore's office and the way the old man had looked when Harry had said there's a difference between protecting someone and making their decisions for them. He thought about Ron on the chessboard. About Hermione's 8-page color-coded list. About Tony and Britain because he'd said he'd be available. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs in Surrey, and the rocket ship drawn in crayon on the window, and a man who'd stopped his car. He poured the light through his hands. Quirrell's body dissolved. Not violently. It came apart the way a transfiguration reversal works, returning something to its constituent state, the binding that had been Voldemort's possession releasing all at once, the enchantments that had been sustaining an unsustainable situation concluding. There was a rush of air, a sound that was less like noise and more like a deep bass frequency that Harry felt in his chest, and then the room was empty except for Harry, and the stone in his hand, and the mirror. Something, not physical, not visible, but present the way a change in air pressure is present, passed through Harry. Through his chest specifically, through the place where the wand holster sat against his ribs. It sat there for a moment. And then it was gone. Harry stood in the empty room with the stone in his closed fist. His wand was warm. The mirror showed him standing alone, and over his shoulder, just barely at the edge of the reflection, the suggestion of people who weren't there. He looked at his hand. Opened it. The stone sat in his palm, red and warm. He considered it. He could feel, through the wand, through the resonance of the lattice, the specific frequency it ran at when his magic was moving, something that he didn't have words for. Something that had been in him since he was 4 years old and had touched a broken circuit board and fixed it with light. He felt it more fully now than he ever had, as though the room had stripped something away that had been covering it. Not a remnant. His own magic, full spectrum, all of it present and none of it divided or qualified or operating at a fraction of what it was. His. He put the stone in his jacket pocket. He turned and walked back through the chambers. Ron was sitting up when he reached the chess room, Hermione next to him with her hand on his shoulder. They both looked at Harry when he came through. Ron looked at his face. "Done?" he said. "Done," Harry said. "Is he gone from here?" Harry said. "Not permanently. There are pieces of him elsewhere. But gone from here, and Quirrell is gone." Ron looked at the chess board behind Harry. At the scattered pieces, the queen standing dormant in the center. "Good game," he said, to no one in particular. Then he looked at Harry. "You look different." "Different how?" Hermione said. "Just, more," Ron said. He couldn't explain it better than that, and Harry didn't ask him to, because more was accurate and Harry knew it. They walked back through the chambers. Through the potions room. Through the key chamber. Through the devil's snare, which retreated from Harry's wand before he'd raised it, as though it had already decided something. More actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 6, Amplitude. Dumbledore's office at 8 in the morning had a different quality from the office at 4 in the afternoon. The light came in from a different angle, hitting the whirring instruments on their shelves and throwing small golden arcs across the ceiling. Fawkes was on his perch, awake, watching the door with amber eyes that held the particular attention of a creature that had been alive long enough to know when something significant was entering a room. 3 people entered. Harry first, because it was his meeting. Tony behind and to his left, because Tony Stark did not stand behind anyone but had decided that left and slightly back communicated something different from directly behind, and had made this calculation so quickly Harry suspected it was instinctive. Fawkes tracked all 3 of them and then settled on Harry with a focus that had weight to it. Dumbledore was standing when they came in, which was different from the last visit. He came around his desk, not to close distance in a crowding way, but to put the desk behind him, removing the barrier. The blue eyes went to Harry, then to Tony, then back to Harry, and the assessment in them was rapid and complete. "Harry," he said. "I'm glad you're well. Please, sit." "We'll stand," Tony said. Pleasantly, no edge to it, just a fact. Dumbledore looked at him. The look was the same exchange as the ministry meeting, 2 people taking each other's measure, but with the calibration shifted. Something had happened since the ministry meeting that both of them were accounting for. "Mr. Stark," Dumbledore said. "I wasn't aware you were in Britain." "I landed yesterday morning," Tony said. "I try to be available when my son is in a school that has an active dark wizard situation." "I understand the concern, do you?" Tony said. Still pleasant. The pleasantness was doing a lot of structural work. "Because from where I'm standing, the situation last night involved my 11-year-old walking into a chamber below this school to handle something that the adults in the building had decided to manage by leaving it in place and seeing what happened. The protections were designed as obstacles," Harry said. "Not resolution. You moved the stone here knowing Voldemort would come for it. You built a path that a determined person could get through. And you let it run." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He moved to the window, not away from them, just shifting, the way someone does when they're thinking carefully about what comes next. "You are correct," he said. "In the broad strokes, you are correct. This was apparently not the opening Tony had been preparing for. Harry watched his father recalibrate. Not much, just a degree, the way you adjust when a response lands differently than modeled. The stone, Dumbledore said, was used as a lure. Voldemort has been rebuilding since the night he fell. He needed it. By placing it here, behind protections designed to reveal character as much as test ability, I hoped to, he paused. I had several hoped outcomes. The primary one was to prevent the stone from falling into his hands in a less controlled environment. The secondary one, Harry said, involved me. Dumbledore turned from the window. He looked at Harry with something in his face that was not quite sorrow and not quite apology, something older than both, the specific expression of a person who has made a choice they believe was right and is now standing in its consequences and finding them heavier than anticipated. Yes, he said. The prophecy, Harry said. The instruments on the shelves whirred. Fawkes made a low sound. Tony went very still in the way he went still when he was paying the most complete attention. You know about the prophecy, Dumbledore said. I've known since November, Harry said. I've had 4 months to think about what it means. He looked at the old man steadily. I want to hear it from you. Not the fragments I pieced together from the restricted section. The actual prophecy, the way you heard it, with everything it said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he crossed to his desk and opened the bottom drawer and removed a shallow stone basin, a pensieve, Harry recognized from the description in Advanced Magical Theory, and touched its surface, and a silver thread drew up from his temple. You can see it directly, Dumbledore said. If you'd prefer. I would, Harry said. He stepped forward and looked into the pensieve and the office dissolved. The memory was a cramped pub room, a specific night, a specific woman with unfocused eyes speaking in a voice that was not quite her own, the voice dropping low and resonant and certain, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The memory ended. Harry was back in the office. He stood for a moment with the prophecy fully present in his head, not fragments, not reconstructed, but complete. He turned it over the way he turned over engineering problems. Looking for the load-bearing elements. Looking for what it required and what it only implied. The power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. You thought that was love, Harry said. My mother's sacrifice. The protective enchantment she left in me. I believed, I still believe, that was central to it, Dumbledore said. And you demonstrated it last night. The contact with Quirrell was one application of one property of that magic, Harry said. It's not the whole of it. He looked at Dumbledore. And the prophecy says power he knows not. Singular. The thing Voldemort doesn't know about me. Which could be the protective enchantment from my mother. Or it could be the wand. Or it could be something else entirely. The prophecy doesn't specify. Dumbledore was quiet. You've been operating on an interpretation, Harry said. Not a certainty. All plans operate on interpretations, Dumbledore said quietly. We rarely have the luxury of certainty. Tony spoke. Here's what I need you to understand, he said, and his voice was calm in the particular way that Harry recognized as Tony having specifically chosen calm because the alternative was not calm and he'd decided against it. I found Harry in a cupboard in Surrey when he was 4 years old. I spent 7 years giving him every resource and every skill and every piece of information that I could, because that's how I do things. I don't shortchange the people I love, I don't keep them in the dark because I've decided the darkness is safer for them. And then I sent him to this school, which I had concerns about, because he wanted to come and his choices are his own. He paused. What I didn't send him here for was to be managed. To be kept at a specific developmental point for the convenience of a plan that was made before he was born. Mr. Stark, Dumbledore said, I understand I'm not done, Tony said. The pleasantness was still there. It was doing less structural work now. You put monitoring devices in your office calibrated for his magical signature. You've had his development on a graph since before September. You knew about the wand the day he arrived. Jarvis confirmed you'd accessed his readings within 48 hours of term start. And you let it go. You let him be powerful, and you didn't tell him why, because the plan requires him to eventually go up against Voldemort at full power and you needed him powerful enough to do it. He looked at Dumbledore with the flat, complete attention that Tony usually reserved for people he was about to end a meeting with. That's not guardianship. That's logistics. The office was very quiet. Fawkes ruffled his feathers and settled. Dumbledore looked at Tony Stark for a long time. Then he looked at Harry. "He's not wrong," Dumbledore said. "I want you to know that I know he's not wrong." "I know he's not wrong," Harry said. "I worked it out in October." Dumbledore sat down behind his desk. He put his hands flat on the surface and looked at them for a moment, and the expression on his face was the one Harry had seen in December, the grief, the real one, the thing underneath the warmth and the calculation. "When your mother died," Dumbledore said, "I made choices about what would be done with you and what would be told to you and how your life would proceed, and I made them unilaterally. I made them based on what I believed was necessary." He looked up. "I believed the love enchantment required you to be with blood family to renew it. I was wrong about that. It renews from within, I learned later. By the time I learned it, you were already with the Dursleys and I told myself the stability of the arrangement was worth." He stopped. "I told myself many things. Some of them were true. And the ones that weren't," Harry said, "were more comfortable than the alternatives," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. The old man had a quality now that was different from the first meeting, the ministry meeting, the December conversation. He seemed reduced, slightly. Not weak. Just smaller than the image of him, the version that filled rooms. Harry thought this was probably the truest version of him they'd encountered, and the truest version was a person who had made large mistakes from genuinely good intentions and was now sitting in the fallout. He wasn't sure what to do with that. The anger he had, and he had it, the specific anger of someone whose life had been arranged without his knowledge, sat differently when the person across from him was not performing, not managing, just present in what they'd done. "The Horcruxes," Harry said. Dumbledore looked up sharply. "Voldemort made them," Harry said. "More than one. I told him last night. I worked the theory in October, cross-referenced it with what I could find in the restricted section. He's not gone. He can't be fully gone until the Horcruxes are found and destroyed." Dumbledore was very still. "You knew," Harry said. "It wasn't a question." "I suspected," Dumbledore said carefully. "I had not confirmed." "Then we should confirm," Harry said. "And then we should find them. That's the actual resolution. Not one confrontation, not a prophecy met in a chamber, not whatever plan you had for me and Voldemort in a more controlled setting somewhere down the line. The Horcruxes are the problem. We solve the Horcruxes." Tony, from his left, "We." Harry looked at him. "Yes," he said. "We." He looked back at Dumbledore. "I'm not doing this alone. That's not humility, it's engineering. You don't address a multi-component problem with a single tool." Dumbledore looked at him. At Tony. At the space between them. "You are," he said slowly, 11 years old. "You were making plans about me before I was born," Harry said. "Age seems inconsistently relevant to you." Tony made a sound that was technically a cough. It was not a cough. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. Just barely, the reflex of someone who found something genuinely funny and had decided not to express it fully in the circumstances. "You want information," Dumbledore said. "Full information. About the Horcruxes, about the prophecy's implications, about what I know and what I suspect." "Yes," Harry said. "And you want involvement in whatever comes next." Not as the centerpiece of a plan. As a participant. Yes, Harry said. And if I decline, Dumbledore said, not as a threat, as a genuine question, testing the shape of the conversation, what then? Harry thought about it honestly. I keep working the problem from my end, he said. I have access to your monitoring data. Jarvis has been reading your devices since October, the same ones that were reading me. I have Hermione, who is the most rigorous researcher I've ever met, including my father's lab staff. I have Ron, who thinks in patterns I don't naturally use. I have Tony. He paused. I'll make progress. It'll be slower, and there'll be things I miss because you have information I don't have yet. But I'll make progress. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You accessed my monitoring instruments, he said. You monitored me without my knowledge, Harry said. I monitored you without your knowledge. The difference is I'm telling you about it. Tony's cough this time was considerably less convincing. Dumbledore looked at his desk. At his hands. At the pensieve with the prophecy's silver thread settling back into it. He looked at Fawkes, who was looking at Harry with the amber-eyed attention that had not wavered since they'd entered the room, and something passed between the old man and the bird that Harry couldn't read but could feel, a long understanding, a shared history, a recalibration. All right, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. All right. Not immediately. Not today, you need rest, and so, frankly, do I. He met Harry's eyes. But you are right that the Horcruxes are the heart of it. And you are right that unilateral action has produced enough poor outcomes that the approach merits reassessment. He paused. I will tell you everything I know. In exchange, I ask that you tell me what you know. What your instruments have gathered. What your research has found. A genuine exchange. A genuine exchange, Harry said. Yes. Harry looked at him for a moment. Looked at Tony, who gave him nothing back. This was Harry's call, Tony's expression said. Tony had brought himself here. The decision was Harry's. Harry thought about the monitoring devices. The cupboard. The wands that were still missing. The mirror. The stone in his pocket that needed to go back to its owner. The Horcruxes, how many, where, what, a problem that was going to take longer than 1 year and would need information he didn't have yet. He thought about Dumbledore's face when he'd said I have not always and had stopped. Genuine exchange, Harry said. Starting next week. I have a meeting with the Wizengamot before term ends. Quirrell's exposure needs to go on record properly, and there are things about the evening that should be formally documented rather than managed by the school internally. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I'm not letting this be something that happens in private and gets summarized for the public later. Dumbledore looked at him. You intend to speak before the Wizengamot? Yes, Harry said. Is that a problem? You're a first-year student. I'm the person who was in the chamber, Harry said. I'm the witness. If there are people in the Wizengamot who've spent the last decade making decisions about my life and Voldemort's return based on what they thought they knew, they should have accurate information. He paused. That's just good governance. Tony was looking at the ceiling with the expression of a man experiencing very specific emotions and choosing not to voice any of them. Dumbledore sat very still for a moment. Then he said, I will arrange it. Thank you, Harry said. Harry. Dumbledore's voice shifted, the formality of the conversation dropping slightly, going to something quieter. I am sorry. About the Dursleys. About the information kept from you. About the plan I built around you before you were old enough to have a voice in it. I want you to know that the sorrow is genuine. Harry looked at him. The grief in the old man's face was the same as December. He still thought it was real. He'd decided that real grief and genuine mistakes didn't make someone trustworthy, but they did make them human, and humans were something he knew how to work with. I know, Harry said. We'll work from here. He reached into his jacket pocket. He put the stone on Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore looked at it. "Return it to Flamel," Harry said. "It's his." The office was very quiet. Outside the window, the Scottish morning was doing something complicated with the light, clouds moving, the castle catching the sun between them, the towers throwing shadows that shifted as they watched. "I will," Dumbledore said. He looked at the stone for another moment, and then looked at Harry with something in his expression that was past assessment, past calculation, past the warm performance he deployed in most rooms. "Just looking. You are very much your mother's son," he said. "And very much your own person. I find the combination remarkable." "I know," Harry said. "I've had a while to work on it." He turned and walked toward the door. Tony fell into step beside him. At the door, Harry stopped and looked back. "The wands," he said. "My parents' wands. You know where they are?" Dumbledore looked at him. The 1.7-second pause. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I want them," Harry said. "Not today. Not as a trade. I just want you to know that I want them, and that I'm going to ask for them, and that when I ask I'd like an actual answer." "When you ask," Dumbledore said, "you will have one." Harry nodded. He went through the door. The gargoyle staircase was empty. Tony came down it beside him, and they hit the corridor, and walked for a while without talking, which was the specific silence they used when something significant had just happened and they were both still inside it. Tony spoke first. "The Wizengamot thing." "Yes," Harry said. "You're serious about that?" "Completely," Harry said. "You're 11 and you want to speak before the British Magical Parliament. I'm the primary witness to a dark wizard situation and the documented recoverer of a major magical artifact," Harry said. "They have a process for this kind of testimony. I looked it up." Hermione flagged the relevant statutes in the color-coded list she left me. "She flagged the statutes," Tony said. "Section 4 of the list," Harry said. It was in green, which she designated for procedural items. Tony stopped walking. He put one hand on the corridor wall and looked at the ceiling. "I just need a moment," he said. "Take your time," Harry said. She color-coded it. "Thoroughly. And you've been carrying this list in your jacket since January." "It's a good list," Harry said. Tony looked at him. The expression on his face was the one Harry had been seeing his entire life, the one Tony got when something had happened that exceeded what he'd expected and he was in the process of being proud about it and finding the pride slightly overwhelming and deciding not to fully acknowledge this because it would make him emotional, and Tony Stark was not emotional, he was enthusiastic. "Okay," Tony said. "Wizengamot. We prep it properly. I want legal present, not to speak for you, but for documentation. I'll reach out to magical law enforcement through the channels I established in January." He started walking again. "The Horcrux research, I want to start as soon as Pomfrey clears you. Jarvis has the restricted section data you sent over term, I've been cross-referencing it with the theoretical frameworks we pulled from the Geneva archive." "You've been running the Horcrux research since when?" Harry said. "November," Tony said. "When you mentioned them on the phone." Harry looked at him. "You said there were pieces of Voldemort distributed across objects," Tony said. "That's an engineering problem. I started working it." "You started working the Horcrux problem in November," Harry said. "Without telling me." "You were at school," Tony said. "I didn't want to distract you." Harry thought about this. "You have data I don't have." "Yes. On a problem we're both working." Tony paused. "That's exactly what I told Dumbledore not to do." "Yes," Harry said. A silence. "Share the data," Harry said. "Sharing the data," Tony said. They walked down the corridor toward the staircase, and Harry could hear, distantly, the sound of the castle starting its morning, bells, footsteps, the shift of an occupied building coming to life. Students who didn't know what had happened last night, returning from breakfast to class. A school full of people for whom Tuesday was still Tuesday. Tony, Harry said. Yeah. The monitoring in Dumbledore's office, Harry said. The device is reading my magical signature. I've been angry about it. I know, Tony said. I've been thinking about it since October, Harry said. Why he'd let me have the wand and not intervene and not try to limit me, and the answer I kept coming to was that he needed me powerful for the plan. Which is true. He did. But I also know that I've spent 7 years in a house with someone who made an enormous amount of choices about how I developed, Harry said. My education. My training. The wand. The lab hours. The engineering curriculum. He looked at Tony sideways. You shaped what I became. Tony was quiet. That's not an accusation, Harry said. You shaped it well. You gave me tools and information and let me decide what to do with them, which is different from Dumbledore keeping information and moving pieces. There's a real difference between those things. He paused. But the shaping was still there. You still had a plan for me. Tony stopped walking again. They were on the 3rd floor landing, the corridor that had been forbidden in September, now just a corridor. You're right, Tony said. I did. What was the plan? Harry said. Tony looked at him. Initially. I was curious, he said. That's all it was at first. I found something I didn't understand and I wanted to study it. You know how I am with things I don't understand. Yes, Harry said. And then I taught you engineering because you were clearly going to absorb whatever was around you and I'd rather it was rigorous than random. And the wand because the power needed a direction and the direction needed a focus. He paused. But there wasn't I didn't have a prophecy. I didn't have an endpoint I was building you toward. No, Harry said. Just a direction. Just a direction, Tony agreed. They stood in the corridor for a moment, the castle doing its morning around them. The direction was good, Harry said. For the record. Tony looked at him. The pride emotion he didn't acknowledge moved through his expression briefly and then was gone. Yeah, Tony said. I know. They started walking again. Ron was in the hospital wing when they got back. He'd been cleared by Pomfrey for everything except strenuous activity, which he was interpreting generously. He was sitting up in bed with a chess set on the blanket, the regular travel version, not enchanted life-size death chess, playing against himself with complete seriousness. He looked up when Harry came in. His eyes went to Tony, and Tony's suit, and the general presence of Tony Stark in the hospital wing, and he said, Mr. Stark. Ron, Tony said. How's the head? Concussion's clearing, Ron said, with the manner of someone who'd been asked this by Pomfrey 11 times and was giving the official answer. Ribs are sore. He looked at Harry. How'd it go? Harry sat on the end of Ron's bed. Dumbledore's agreed to a genuine exchange. He'll share what he knows about the Horcruxes. Ron moved a knight. And we're speaking before the Wisengamot before term ends, Harry said. To formally document last night. Ron said. You were there, Harry said. If you want to testify. Ron looked at the chess board for a moment. Yeah, he said. I do. He moved another piece. Mum's going to lose her mind. About the Wisengamot? About all of it, Ron said. About the chess game, the Horcruxes, the chamber. She'll probably write McGonagall. He moved a pawn with the resignation of someone accepting a fact. She'll definitely write McGonagall. McGonagall already knew most of it, Harry said. She didn't know about the Horcruxes, Ron said. Neither did Dumbledore, officially. He looked at Harry. You figured it out in October. Theory in October, Harry said. I told Voldemort about it last night, in the chamber. Ron stared at him. You told Voldemort about his own Horcruxes. I was trying to make a point, Harry said. What point? That he solved death wrong, Harry said. Ron put down the chess piece and looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone encountering a fact that required recategorization. Right, he said. He looked back at Harry. Did it work? Not in the sense that he agreed with me, Harry said. But it made him pause. He wasn't expecting it. He paused. He's used to people being afraid of him. Fear produces predictable responses. I wasn't afraid. You're never afraid, Ron said. It's unsettling. I'm careful, Harry said. That's different from not afraid. Ron considered this. Is it? Fear is involuntary, Harry said. Careful is a choice. Ron thought about it with the seriousness he applied to things he found genuinely interesting. That's actually a useful distinction, he said. I'm going to tell my brothers that when they say I'm scared of spiders. Are you scared of spiders? Tony said, from the chair he'd settled into. Deeply, Ron said, without shame. But I'm also very careful around them, so technically it's different, Tony said. Sure. Ron grinned. It was the full Weasley grin, the one that took up most of his face and had the specific quality of someone who was genuinely entertained and wasn't performing it. Hermione came back at noon with 3 books, a sheaf of notes, and the expression of someone who'd been to the library and was ready to begin. She stopped in the doorway. She looked at Harry, at Ron, at Tony. She looked at the chess set on Ron's bed. She looked at the notes in her own hand and then back at the room. Quirrell, she said. Gone from here, Harry said. Not permanently, Horcruxes. We're working it. The Wisengamot testimony, she said. I flagged the relevant, section 4, Harry said. Green. She looked at him. You read it. I read all of it, Harry said. It's an excellent list. Hermione absorbed this with the expression of someone receiving confirmation on something they'd suspected but hadn't been certain of. The testimony, she said. I've been thinking about how to structure it. There are 3 separate accounts, yours, mine, Ron's, and they have different evidentiary value depending on which part of the evening they cover. The chess room is Ron's testimony exclusively. The potions room, mine. The final chamber, yours. Yes, Harry said. We should probably each write our accounts before we discuss them together, she said. To avoid retrospective contamination. Ron looked at Harry. Retrospective contamination, Ron said. That's when you talk to someone else about an event before you write it down and their version affects your memory of yours, Harry said. Exactly, Hermione said. So we write separately first, Ron said. Then compare. Then give Dumbledore the composite, Harry said. And let legal help structure the formal testimony. Legal, Hermione said. She looked at Tony. I have people, Tony said. They're very good. Do they know magical law? Hermione said. They do now, Tony said. I briefed them in January. Hermione looked at him for a moment. You briefed your legal team on magical law in January, she said. In preparation for a situation you didn't know was coming. I knew something was coming, Tony said. I just didn't know the shape yet. You brief when you have the information, not when you need it. Hermione looked at Harry. He sounds like you, she said. Other way around, Harry said. She sat in the remaining chair and opened the first book, and Tony had his tablet out, and Ron was back to the chess set, and the hospital wing had settled into the particular rhythm of people working alongside each other in proximity without getting in each other's way, the specific rhythm of people who were becoming, not just allies, not just co-conspirators, something more durable than that. Harry watched it for a moment, this room, these people. Then he pulled out a piece of parchment and started writing his account. The Wisengamot met on the last Thursday of term, in a chamber below the ministry that had the aesthetic of a place that took itself extremely seriously. Tiered stone seats in a full circle, dark wood paneling, the accumulated weight of centuries of decisions. Harry had been in boardrooms. He'd been in Pentagon briefings, secondhand, through Tony's accounts. He'd been in Dumbledore's office 4 times. This was different from all of those, in the way that a full orchestra is different from the instruments that compose it. He walked in with Tony on his left and Dumbledore, who had arranged the session and who was, technically, Chief Warlock, which meant he was running the meeting, somewhere in the arrangement that Tony's legal team had worked out the previous day over 4 hours of intensive cross-jurisdictional discussion. The seats were full. 50-odd witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, looking at the boy walking to the center of the chamber with varying configurations of curiosity, wariness, and the specific expression of people who had expected this meeting to be a formality and were already sensing it wasn't. Dumbledore's voice carried to every part of the chamber without apparent effort. This session is called to receive formal testimony regarding the events of the 24th of May at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, specifically as they relate to the continued threat posed by Lord Voldemort, the classification and status of associated magical artifacts, and matters of protocol relating to the management of known dark wizard activity. He paused. The primary witness will be Harry James Starkpotter. Harry stood in the center of the chamber and looked at the faces around him. Some of them he recognized from the research, names on documents, names in records, people who had made decisions about the wizarding world and about Harry specifically in the years since Voldemort's first fall. Some of them had the look of people who were reading the scar on his forehead and making assumptions that didn't account for the last 7 years. He thought about what Tony had said, in the car on Privet Drive, about knowing exactly what you are. He knew exactly what he was. He spoke for 47 minutes without notes. He covered the events of the 24th chronologically, precisely, without editorializing the parts that incriminated the Hogwarts administration, simply stating what had happened, in sequence, with the specificity of someone who had a censor log of the evening and could have read from it if he'd chosen to. He covered the Philosopher's Stone and its relocation to Hogwarts and why it had been moved. He covered Quirrell's possession and what that possession told them about Voldemort's current state and capacity. He covered the Horcrux theory, that was the moment the chamber changed character, a wave of movement through the seated witches and wizards, a specific tightening of attention that had the quality of fear being reorganized into something more functional. He was clear about the Horcruxes. He presented the theoretical basis, Jarvis's cross-reference data, and the 3 restricted section sources he'd used for confirmation. He told them what it meant for Voldemort's continued existence. He told them that last night's confrontation had removed Voldemort from his current host and his current immediate plan but had not destroyed him, could not destroy him in any permanent sense until the Horcruxes were identified and eliminated. He told them, without raising his voice, that this was now the primary magical security concern in Britain, and that it required a coordinated response, and that he expected one. He did not ask. He stated. At the end, there was a silence that had a different texture from the silence at the beginning, heavier, more present, the silence of people who have received information that has rearranged their model of their own situation. A woman in the front tier, sharp-faced, dark-robed, with the expression of someone who ran meetings and was used to controlling their outcome, spoke first. Mr. Starkpotter. You're describing an active dark wizard threat that you believe has persisted since 1981. Yes, Harry said. And you've arrived at this conclusion from research conducted during your first year at Hogwarts. And during the previous 7 years, Harry said. I've had access to resources outside the wizarding world that allowed me to approach the problem from a different angle. I think that angle has been useful. The wand, she said, looking at his sleeve. Yes, he said. May I ask, the amplification factor you referenced in the testimony? 29-1. Currently, Harry said. It's designed to be scalable. A murmur through the chamber. She looked at him for a moment with eyes that were doing the same rapid assessment every competent person who encountered him did, reading the situation, updating the model. You're 11, she said. Yes, Harry said. And your intention with regard to the Horcrux situation? To resolve it, Harry said. With information sharing between the Ministry, Hogwarts, and the resources I have access to through my father. Not a unilateral operation, a coordinated one. He looked around the chamber. The last decade of unilateral decisions about Voldemort by individual actors produced a world where an active dark wizard could inhabit a Hogwarts teacher for an entire school year without formal response. I think we can do better. The silence again. The woman in the front tier looked at him for a moment and then looked at Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, she said. I move that this testimony be formally entered into the Wisengamot record and that a working group be established to address the Horcrux intelligence with urgency. Seconded, said someone in the second tier, before Dumbledore had responded. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Something in his expression was the closest thing to genuinely surprise that Harry had seen from him. So moved, Dumbledore said. The train home was warm and loud and smelled like the food trolley, and Ron had bought an alarming quantity of every flavor beans and was working through them with the systematic application of someone who decided to categorize rather than avoid the bad ones. Ear, he announced, eating a bean with resigned dignity. Definitely ear. You don't have to eat them in order, Hermione said. She had parchment out and was writing, which was Hermione's version of the same activity. There's no point not eating them in order, Ron said. Random selection doesn't improve the odds. Might as well have a system. He offered the bag to Harry. Want one? Harry took one. Ate it. Grass, he said. Grass is fine, actually, Ron said. Grass is a good result. Here. He extended the bag to Hermione. Absolutely not, Hermione said, writing. You don't know what you'll get, Ron said. Could be good. I know the probability distribution, Hermione said. The bad outcomes are significantly worse than the good outcomes are good. The expected value is negative. Ron looked at Harry. I don't know what that means, but I feel like she's right. She's right, Harry said. Right. Ron ate another one. Made a face. Boot. Like actual boot. He chewed with determination. Still, could be worse. He looked out the window at the countryside going by, Scotland giving way to England, the light going late and golden. Good year, he said, with the simple conviction of someone delivering an accurate assessment. Harry looked at him. We fought a dark wizard, he said. Yeah, Ron said. Good year. Hermione looked up from her parchment. I have 14 pages of questions for Dumbledore about the Horcrux research, she said. I've organized them by category. I thought perhaps we could review them together and see if Harry's data addresses any of the primary ones before we submit. 14 pages, Ron said. The topic is complex, Hermione said. How many categories? Harry said. 7. Hermione said. Though the 6th and 7th overlap somewhat and could potentially be merged, but I think the distinction is worth preserving for clarity. Harry reached over and held out his hand. She gave him the parchment. He read through it while Ron sorted beans by color on his knee, and England rolled past the window, and the train moved south through the long summer evening with the ease of something that had made this journey 1,000 times and would make it 1,000 more. The questions were good. 3 of them Harry's data addressed directly. 2 others the Geneva research covered partially. 4 would need Dumbledore's input. The remaining 5 were questions Harry had been sitting on himself since March, questions about the nature of soul division and its magical implications, questions that didn't have answers yet and would require the kind of research that wasn't going to be finished this year or possibly next year. He made notes on the margins. Hermione watched him make notes with an expression that was trying to be neutral and was very slightly pleased. The 5th one, Harry said, circling it. I think the answer is that the division isn't equal. Each Horcrux doesn't take a proportional share, the magical theory suggests the first division takes the most, and subsequent ones are diminishing. Which means the last piece retained in the body is the weakest. Hermione looked at the 5th question. That's consistent with what I read about soul magic in the restricted section texts, she said slowly. I didn't connect it to the Horcrux question. You got there from a different direction than I did, Harry said. Your research structure was different, you were building from first principles. I was building from observed behavior. They converge at different points. But they converge, she said. They converge, he confirmed. She took the parchment back and made her own notes, and the compartment was quiet for a while, the productive quiet of people thinking alongside each other, and Ron fell asleep against the window with a bag of every flavor beans on his chest and the peaceful expression of someone who had done a difficult thing and was entirely at peace with how it had gone. Harry leaned back against his seat and looked at the ceiling. The wand was warm in its holster. The warmth was constant now, not fluctuating with his emotional state the way it had in the early test years. It had settled into something steadier, a baseline that ran higher than it had in September. Something had shifted in the chamber. The full-spectrum feeling he'd had standing alone in the mirror room, the magic all there, nothing muted. He thought about what the prophecy said. Power the Dark Lord knows not. He thought about what Voldemort had said in the chamber. He doesn't know what you want. He thought about the mirror, and what he'd seen in it, and what was real. He thought about the wand, the 14 months of building it, the night he'd redrawn the lattice while Tony watched, the way the two of them had assembled the core together in a way that was impossible to entirely separate into who had done which part. The thing they'd built together that was now more his than either of them, because it had been shaped by 7 years of everything he was. He thought about what Voldemort couldn't know. Not because it was secret. Because it was the specific combination of things that made Harry himself, the engineering and the magic and the wand and the workshop and Tony's car on a Surrey road at night and the circuit board fixed with light and everything that had come from that first accidental moment. It wasn't one thing. It was all of it together. And the all of it together couldn't be understood by a man who had systematically removed everything about himself that didn't serve power. You couldn't understand what made someone what they were if you'd spent your entire existence erasing the equivalent in yourself. He closed his eyes. Outside, the countryside was going blue in the evening light. They arrived at King's Cross at 9:47. Tony was on the platform. He'd taken the train separately, had said, specifically, that Harry should have the journey back with his friends, which was the kind of thing Tony said when he decided to be deliberately less present than his instinct suggested, and which Harry filed as evidence for one side of the ongoing negotiation between Tony Stark's instincts and Tony Stark's considered choices. He was standing at the barrier in a different suit from the hospital wing, this one less rumpled, the jacket straight, but with the collar button undone and the tie at half-mast in the specific configuration. He arrived at around 5 in the afternoon when he'd been working and had stopped caring about the tie. He had coffee. Harry got off the train and walked across the platform and Tony handed him the coffee without comment, which was an entire communication. Harry drank the coffee. It was good. Jarvis had probably identified the nearest independent coffee shop at Tony's request, which was Tony's version of the every flavor bean situation, systematic rather than random. Ron's family was a few feet away, a wall of red-haired people, Mrs. Weasley pulling Ron into a hug that looked like it had some serious structural force behind it, the twins immediately starting to tell someone something about an incident at school that they were already framing as funnier than it had been, Arthur Weasley looking at everything with the specific joy of a man who finds the world endlessly interesting. Arthur Weasley caught Tony's eye. He crossed the few feet between them and extended his hand with enormous enthusiasm. "Mr. Stark," he said. "Arthur Weasley. I am an absolute admirer of your work. The Arc Reactor, the engineering, I've been reading everything accessible to Muggle." He stopped himself. "Sorry. I have a tendency to get ahead of myself when I meet people whose work I follow." Tony shook his hand with the expression he used when he unexpectedly liked someone. "Don't apologize." "What specifically?" Arthur Weasley lit up. Harry watched Tony and Arthur Weasley start talking about the Arc Reactor with matching enthusiasm, and something in his chest felt warm in a way that had nothing to do with the coffee. Hermione's parents were there, a tall, pleasant couple who looked at Harry with the specific expression of people who'd heard about him for 9 months from a daughter who was not given to imprecision, and who were now running confirmation checks. "Hermione talks about you," her mother said. "She talks about everything," Harry said. "But I think that's efficient. She covers a lot of ground." Hermione's mother looked at him with the expression of someone updating a picture. "She does," she said. "Yes." Hermione was next to Harry, watching her parents talk to Tony, watching her father shake Tony's hand, watching Ron's family contain itself through sheer force of warmth and volume. "Next year," she said quietly. "We should start the Horcrux research in September. I've already identified 12 sources we haven't fully cross-referenced." "I know," Harry said. "Tony's been running parallel analysis. We'll compare notes before September." "And the Dumbledore exchange," she said. "We should establish a protocol for how we receive information from him. Something verifiable, so we can confirm what he tells us against what we already have." "Already planning it," Harry said. She looked at him sideways. "Are you ever not planning something?" "Sleep," Harry said. "Occasionally." "Occasionally," she said, in the tone of someone filing a data point. They stood on the platform while the families moved around them and the train sat steaming behind them and the ordinary machinery of King's Cross continued its ordinary machinery, and Harry thought about the year behind him and the year ahead. The Horcruxes. However many, he thought 7, the magical number, but he needed confirmation. Objects, probably significant ones, chosen with care. Hidden with intention. Each one a piece of Voldemort's divided soul, each one a problem with a specific solution once you knew what you were looking for. This was solvable. Every problem was solvable if you had the right information and the right tools and the right people in the room. He had a wand that hit like an infinity stone. He had Tony's engineering framework running through everything he thought. He had Hermione's rigor and Ron's pattern recognition and Dumbledore's knowledge base and the Wisengamot record and Tony's legal team and Jarvis running through his glasses and a year of Hogwarts data that had taught him more about magic and power and the institutions that surrounded them than the entire Wizarding Britain had intended. He looked at the wand holster at his wrist. The blue-white glow, steady. He thought, next iteration. The wand had been static for long enough. The chamber had changed his baseline, the full-spectrum feeling was consistent now, not a peak reading but a floor. Which meant the amplification factor had probably shifted, and the previous calibration was obsolete, and the lattice design had optimized itself to the new baseline in ways he'd need to measure before he could properly plan around. He was already designing the testing protocol. "You're thinking about the wand," Tony said, appearing at his shoulder. "The baseline shifted," Harry said. "After the chamber. I need to recalibrate." "I know," Tony said. Jarvis flagged it. "The output since you woke up in the hospital wing is running about 18% higher at rest than it was before. Which means the amplification factor is effectively higher," Harry said. "Which means 29-1 is conservative," Tony said. They looked at each other. "Workshop when we get home," Tony said. "Workshop when we get home," Harry confirmed. Tony clapped him once on the shoulder, the specific once, the one that meant several things without saying any of them, and went back to Arthur Weasley, who had produced a Muggle paperclip from somewhere and was asking Tony to explain it, and Tony was explaining it with the enthusiasm of a man who found the question genuinely interesting and not at all below him. Harry stood on the platform and breathed the King's Cross air, petrol and distant pastries and the specific ozone smell of the train, and felt the wand warm and steady at his wrist and the year settled in him like a foundation. First year done. Problem identified. Team assembled. Alignment achieved with the relevant stakeholders, with appropriate skepticism maintained. Research direction established. One dark wizard confronted and temporarily resolved. 6 more Horcruxes to find. He had time. He had considerably more than time. He picked up his trunk and walked toward the barrier. That evening, the Malibu workshop was lit the way it was always lit when both of them were in it, warm and bright, every surface covered in something, Jarvis running his display screens in the easy blue light Harry had grown up falling asleep beside. The Pacific was dark outside the windows, the sound of it constant underneath everything. Harry had the wand on the bench. Tony had the sensor array running. Jarvis had the previous calibration data on one screen and the new readings building on another, the two columns filling in real time as Harry's resting output set its baseline. 34% higher than September, Jarvis said. The lattice has self-optimized to the new baseline, the resonance pattern has shifted from the original design in several places. Harry looked at the resonance map on the screen. The lattice had changed, not structurally, but in its active configuration, the way the energy moved through it. It had adapted. The wand had adapted to what Harry had become, rather than constraining him to what he'd been when they'd built it. It learned, Tony said. Resonance systems do that, Harry said. When the input changes consistently enough, the lattice finds a more efficient configuration for the new input. He traced a finger along the resonance map without touching the screen. We should redesign the housing to support the new configuration. It's still working in the old one. New housing means new components, Tony said. Vibranium's a supply problem, I've got what I've got. We don't need more vibranium, Harry said. The current housing is the right material, the geometry's just slightly wrong for the new resonance pattern. He picked up a stylus and pulled up the design schematic. Here. And here. The coupling between the second and third chamber is linear. If we curve it to follow the new resonance path, the efficiency goes up another 8 to 12% without any new materials. Tony leaned forward. Looked at the schematic. Looked at the proposed changes. Show me the math, he said. Harry showed him the math. Tony looked at it for a long moment. Made a small sound, the specific sound he made when something worked and he was pleased about it. Okay, Tony said. Tomorrow morning. We'll have the new components fabricated by afternoon. I want to run the new output testing before we modify anything, Harry said. I need the current numbers for comparison. Obviously, Tony said. They set up the testing sequence. Harry stood at the marked distance, 12 feet, the standard they'd established, with the wand in his hand. Jarvis ran the full sensor array. The workshop hummed. Whenever you're ready, Tony said. Harry raised the wand. He thought about the chamber. About standing in the mirror room with the stone in his hand, feeling the full spectrum magic as a floor instead of a ceiling. He thought about what he was, all of it together, and let that be the intention. He cast. The workshop went white. Not the way it had in September, when lumos at full output had flooded the space. Something larger than that, the light was a byproduct, not the point. What came from the wand was a field, not a beam, the extension problem that Harry had been working on for a year resolving itself in the new resonance configuration into an answer. The field expanded from the wand tip in a perfect sphere, 11 feet in every direction, and every surface it touched reacted. The metal tools on the bench resonated, the arc reactor in Tony's chest pulsed once in recognition, the workshop windows flexed against their frames and settled. The field collapsed after 3 seconds. The light went. Harry lowered the wand. Jarvis was quiet for a moment. Output reading, Tony said. I'm recalibrating, Jarvis said. The measurement scale I've been using is insufficient. The output exceeded the top of my current range. Silence. Define exceeded, Tony said. I'll need to rebuild the top end of the scale before I can give you a number, Jarvis said. What I can tell you is that the field, the extension field, is stable. Not a spike, not a burst. A controlled, sustained output that Harry was directing the shape of throughout. Tony looked at Harry. Harry looked at his wand. The gold was fading back to blue-white as the effort resolved. The wand was warm in his hand and slightly warmer than usual, not from damage, from use. From being asked to do something at the edge of its current configuration and having done it correctly. We need a bigger scale, Harry said. I know, Tony said. I'll build one. He was already at his bench, pulling components, the specific energized focus that Tony had when he was solving a problem that genuinely interested him. It'll take a few days. In the meantime, he paused. In the meantime, don't do that in a populated area. I wasn't planning to, Harry said. I know, Tony said. Just, for the record. Not in a populated area. Tony. Yeah. I know, Harry said. Tony looked at him across the bench, across the workshop, the tools and the plans and the 12 years of things that had been built here, and smiled. Not the public smile, not the press conference smile. The real one, small and complete. Yeah, he said. You do. Harry set the wand on the bench and pulled up a stool and picked up the housing schematic, and Tony started on the measurement scale, and Jarvis ran his screens, and outside the Pacific did what it always did, dark and immense and utterly unconcerned with anything happening in the workshop except that it had been happening for 12 years and intended to keep happening. The sound of it underneath everything like a foundation that didn't need to announce itself to be what it was. Harry looked at the schematic. Looked at the curve he'd proposed for the second to third chamber coupling. Picked up a stylus. He started on the next design.